I've had an opportunity of working with a national program as a senior accountant, and currently an NGO national chairman of a non-governmental organization referred to as Empowering Lives International. That experience can make me believe I am the best candidate for this position.
All right, thank you very much. We'll come back to you. Next, CPA Richard Koech, same question. Please introduce yourself and tell us why you are the best person to run this county while you're at it. Your clock starts now.
Thank you very much. My name is CPA Richard Koech. I'm a certified public accountant and a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. I hold a master's degree in business administration, specializing in finance. I hold a bachelor's degree in commerce, specializing in accounting. I have trained and completed many courses in senior management, in strategic leadership development program. I'm the immediate former clerk of Baringo County Assembly. I've served in the public service for the last 17 years, having joined the public service in 2005, where I joined as a junior auditor in the office of the Auditor General. I served in Western. I rose in the rank from being a junior auditor to an assistant director of audit. I worked in the county government of Baringo as a chief officer for finance between the year 2013 and 2018. I also served as the acting chief officer for health between 2005, 2015 and 2018. I have offered myself to run for the position of governor because I believe in serving the people of this great county. I believe that the people of Baringo desire of good leadership, a desire of good governance. I believe that development cannot be complete without having the direct impact and without raising the livelihoods of the people. I believe I'm the best candidate for this position.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. I'll request my panelists, when you're talking, please don't hold the microphone from the bottom because it interferes with our sound system. But thank you very much. Let me get now His Excellency Benjamin Cheboy. Please introduce yourself to the country and to the members of Baringo County. And please tell us why you're the best person to run Baringo County. Your 2 minutes starts now. Sorry, the microphone is not on. Just let's get...
Just to be sure. Thank you very much, Smart. This guy here, this gentleman here is the first or the founding governor for Baringo County. And the next governor for Baringo County. We started devolution with the challenges that were there. We were able to create the foundation of this great county and build on it. And achievements that were realized are evident for everyone. Why should I be the next governor? There is no other person who understands the challenges facing this county more than Governor Cheboy. I have been in public service for quite a number of years. And as your first governor, I really got into the nitty-gritty of this entire county. The challenges facing it, from insecurity to food security to agricultural issues, and all that requires to be addressed. If there is anyone that meets or fits the bill for the governor for this county, it is me. I single-handedly, together with my team, put in place everything that you can see here. We started well.
30 seconds.
We are going to proceed and realize the vision that we had in 2013. We started well. We are going to proceed from there. What we want to do is to finish well and to finish strong. Thank you very much.
We'll come back to you with the promises. Let me get His Excellency Stanley Kiptis the same question. Please introduce yourself and why you think and believe you're the best person to run Baringo County in the next 5 years.
Thank you very much, Matt. Allow me first of all to welcome all of us to Baringo County. As the governor, the incumbent governor, this gives me a great opportunity to let you understand that Baringo is built by all of us. My name is Stanley Kimngeti Kiptis, the second governor of Baringo County. Voted unanimously in 2017 by the citizens of Baringo County to champion the interest of the people of Baringo. I found Baringo foundation having been laid by my predecessor, who I want to appreciate, but also experienced a number of challenges that together with my team, we have been able to streamline both in the material resource as well as in the side of the human resource. This is high time that I want to really request that you allow me to continue, because I did streamline. Now I want to continue building on the structure that I've really organized right from 2017. And together I want to believe that we're going to have an attractive, competitive, and resilient county.
30 seconds.
To all of us. Thank you very much, Matt.
All right. Allow me now to bring Honorable Moses Lezonet. Same question. I'm obliged to repeat it to you. Please introduce yourself to residents of Baringo County and why you think you should be the person to run Baringo County in the next 5 years.
Yes, thank you very much and good evening, everyone. This is Lezonet Moses, currently Member of Parliament, Ravine constituency. A position I've held continuously for the last 15 years now, meaning I have thoroughly impressed the residents of Ravine for them to have elected me 3 times. In terms of education, I'm properly qualified, CPAK, MBA Finance, BCom Accounting. That is my educational background. I am running for the position of governor because of only one thing, to answer one question. What will I do for the lives of the residents of Baringo to be better? Starting from education, we have 6,000 students every year who get D+ and below. No one talks about them. I want to talk about them. We have farmers who have large farms. They have nothing in their pockets. I want to transform their lives through my agenda on farming.
Okay.
We have issues of insecurity in Baringo, which have never been resolved for the last 40 years. I want to deal with that issue with a finality. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Allow me now to call Professor Fred Segor. Professor, same question. Please introduce yourself and why you think you're going to be the best person to run Baringo County in the next 5 years.
Thank you very much, Smart. My name is Professor Fred Segor. Yeah, my name is Professor Fred Segor, Kenyan, aged 56 years, a Christian and a married man for that matter. Why I am the best person to run for this position is the fact that I meet the minimum requirements, which is basically a master's degree, or a degree for that matter, and in addition, also leadership qualities and also managerial qualities in terms of offering services to the people of Baringo County. I am a holder of Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, and PhD in chemistry, and therefore I meet the minimum academic qualification. In addition, in terms of managerial skills, I've also worked in the university, rising from the lowest grade in the university up to the position of associate professor, and thereafter being appointed to serve as a principal secretary in several ministries in the Republic of Kenya for the past 9 years, serving in very strategic ministries, which will offer or which will add value to the people of Baringo County. And therefore, as I seek for this position, my role is to ensure that the people of Baringo gets the highest quality of life, so that they are proud of being Baringo people, and in addition, live the best life. And I will offer solutions, I have ideas, I will bring the freshness, and I will look forward to serving the great people of Baringo County.
Okay, great. Allow me to bring Sialo Kimring. Please introduce yourself and why you think you are the best man to run Baringo County the next 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. James Smart and an entire audience here. I want to thank you very much for what you have done, the media people and everyone else. First of all, before I say anything, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Sialo Kiplagat Kimiring Arab Cheptarus. I am a graduate of political science and I just finished law. I've been to Strathmore to study leadership and management, and I am a lifelong student of theology and anthropology. I just want to put it into context. The world has changed, and has changed dramatically. The world is into the fourth industrial revolution. Across the globe, post-COVID, states and nations are struggling to restructure their economies. Here in Kenya, we are struggling with the issue of economy as well, and we're struggling with the issues of corruption. Now, by the grace of God and by the blessing that God has bestowed upon me, I have walked across the globe consulting for private equity and high net worth individuals. And now for the 22 years that has gone, it is now time that I believe in my heart, that I understand in my mind, that this is the time I am coming home.
30 seconds.
So that I can be able to offer myself fully and wholeheartedly to the people of this beautiful Baringo County. I am coming with the 4 agenda, which is the social transformation and the security and order and the question of social agenda. I want to thank you. God bless you. We're going to interact more.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for all my panelists this evening. I'm obliged to ask my panelists that I'm going to ask you to be upstanding and next to your podium for this next round of questions. Please take your podium. Great. All right, so let's start where we should. And we start on a question on healthcare. Since we got here, one of the biggest complaints my team and I have received is the question on healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know the state of Baringo Referral Hospital. Everyone knows the problems in there, all right? That residents are forced to travel up to 50 kilometers to Iten and other areas to get scans, to get other medical equipment so that they can bring back to receive services from here. That's a sorry state. That shouldn't be happening, but that's happening. I want to ask that and start from the person who is in office today. Honorable His Excellency Stanley Kiptis. On the question of healthcare, why do we have a problem as we speak today?
Thank you, Smart. I do also accept that there are a lot of challenges that are bedeviling the sector, and allow me also to appreciate that we have also done a lot in that sector. Straight to your question on the issue of those of them that are seeking some assistance from Iten, is that there's a CT scan that broke down and it's under repair. Whereas we have also to note that in the Kabarnet Referral Hospital, from the time I came in 2017, we have done a lot to the level that it has now grown from level 4 to level 5. Why? We have the dialysis sector, which receive of late 20 patients per week, with referrals from MTRH Eldoret and also referral from the same Iten or Elgeyo Marakwet.
Governor, allow me to push you back. How long has this CT scan been, not operational?
Towards the end of last year.
That's a long time. Would you agree?
But budgetary issues, the way there's that progress and the challenges of procurement.
Okay.
But it is under procurement. That's that one issue. At the same time, I want to also the public to note that in that referral hospital, we have a lot of activities taking place. We have also jointly with partners developed mother-child care center with an HDU, but possibly something that many of us have not experienced called kangaroo side, which is very unique, and it's only in Baringo, not in any other part in Rift Valley.
Okay.
We have also done a lot in that sector. We have the ICU, which we began utilizing from December 2017, And we are serving patients there. We have ICU with 8-bed capacity.
I'll come back to you on what you've done and what is currently happening. But I want to deal with the current situation. And let me go to Robert Chelagat. Is it acceptable that we still have residents seeking services across other counties, traveling 50 kilometers plus? What would you do different? All right, as we fix that microphone, I would urge you to stay with your microphones and don't put them off while you're waiting for the next response and the next questions. Let me go to Sialo Kemering while we try to fix that microphone. Yes. Is it acceptable that 50 kilometers people in Baringo have to walk and leave this county? And what would you do differently? Not just to criticize, but what would you do differently?
Thank you very much, James Tomat. We're talking about issues that are bedeviling the health sector generally. And the biggest thing is the physical facilities. We are looking at a situation whereby money was allocated, but the facilities were
Please
not
put your microphone
completed.
close to you.
Where facilities were funds were allocated for facilities, but the facilities were not completed, or they are still in a dilapidated situation. It is then what my suggestion is that we continue to think deeply of how we are going to increase funding to the healthcare.
How would you do that?
We'll increase healthcare funding because we're going to reduce a lot of cash that goes into a bankable project so that we can get money from the private sector.
Give me an example.
Money from the private sector. The cash that we receive at the moment now goes into bankable projects like things that we can fund through private equity, private participation, the private sector involvement, private partnership, and that is what I want to involve in terms of building the bankable project, so that the cash that goes into this project can be returned into education and into health.
Okay.
And one most important thing that I want to add is the staffing, the workforce that we have. Some of the workforce that we have, they have no facility, they are expertise, and they have no machines in those dispensaries, they have no what we require in those labs. We don't have the facilities. So we need to think how we can increase funding to the healthcare.
So yours is a funding problem?
Yes, it is a funding problem.
All right. Moses
and corruption problem, of course.
All right. Let me get to Moses Lezonet. I'm asking the same question. We'll come back to this. I'll pick it up. It's the same question. Today, as we speak, residents are unable to get services. It's been broken for such a long time. Do you have practical solutions to solve this?
Thank you very much, James Matt. The problem in our healthcare in Baringo is a management problem. And I want to give you an example of some very small schools. A secondary school or a primary school in Baringo doesn't run out of chalk, for example, but our hospitals run out of medicine. Our schools don't run out of beans or don't run out of maize or unga, but our hospitals run out of Panadol. And the reason is only one, that the hospitals are being run from Kabarnet. I am preparing myself, I am ready for the situation that we shall have a CEO running the referral hospital in terms of Ravine District Hospital, and he will be running all other health facilities in that constituency of Ravine, the same in Mogotio, the same here in Kabarnet, where the CEC for health will be the one running the Kabarnet referral hospital from the hospital, and they will be responsible at that facility.
How does that change things? Help me understand.
Yes,
how does that change things?
Well, if you want to procure Panadol, for example,
Yeah.
you will not need to write to Kabarnet. It's just like a school. When the school wants to procure maize or beans, they don't write to the Ministry of Education. They do it direct from the offices with their board. So I want to allow the team in Ravine to run those facilities efficiently.
All right.
Because procurement issues take about 3 months. That when you write from Ravine to Kabarnet, it is going to take, it goes through so many offices, and in the process, that is where the delay comes in. So it's not a funding problem. And again, the other issue in those facilities.
I'll come back to that. Let me give the rest opportunities to also respond to this. Let me go to Robert Chelagat.
Yeah, thank you. It's unfortunate that such an important equipment can break down and remain for more than a week without being repaired or being replaced.
What would you do different?
What needs to be done is to mobilize any available resources. It's not a crime the law allows. You can even get funds from another vote and do something we call direct procurement within the shortest time possible, and the law allows that. So there's no question of it being unusable for more than a week. That is a sign of irresponsibility and lack of ability to respond on issues that touch life.
Okay. Let me go to Honorable Benjamin Cheboy. You have experience in this. Is it acceptable? What would you do different? And just to criticize, it's a broken system. How do you fix it?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Smart. Number one, the issue of Kabarnet Referral Hospital is management and management. The issue is the staff who are there are demoralized. The issue is resourcing the hospital and ensuring that drugs and equipment are working. It is basically management. That hospital was operational as of 2017 at optimum level. And there's no dispensary in this county that meets drugs. So if you are able to manage the facilities in the health sector properly, then those problems will not be there. The only equipment that is lacking in that hospital is an MRI. And it was due to be procured in 2017-2018 financial year. The rest were operating optimally. So it's period, nothing more.
Okay, for its management. All right, I'll come back. Let me go to Richard. How do you fix this?
Thank you very much. I was the last chief officer for health before handing over to the current administration, and I left things better. We have a challenge in the capacity of our hospital here in Kabarnet. We have very low, the biggest machine we have here is a CT scan. We don't have MRIs. We don't have, we don't have ICU beds, HDU. We don't have a renal unit working.
All right.
So I will fix this problem by upgrading our hospitals. This hospital here deserves to be a level 5 hospital. At the moment, it is basically a level 4.
Where do you get the money to do that?
We have adequate resources. In fact, partners in health are so much available. They're able to do a lot, including UNICEF. All these other partners have been able to contribute. I am able to fix this problem by upgrading our hospitals and actually roll out universal healthcare program for our people.
Okay. All right. I want to take a short break. I know Professor has not responded to this question. I want to take a short break. I want to solve my mic issues, but also this is a commercial break. You're watching the first gubernatorial debate, coming to you live from Baringo County, county number 30. We are still on the question of healthcare, and my panel will still come back and discuss the opportunities and what to do next. You're watching NTV tonight.
Today we're on Happy Kenya Clean Toilet Mission. And we're visiting Mama Zawadi live in Nairobi. Come with me. Ah, Selena!
is a virtual tour to Baringo County, the land of 1,000 scenic views. This segment is brought to you by the Lake Bogoria Group of Hotels, led by the Lake Bogoria Spa and Resort in Marigat, and the Rift Valley Hills Resort in Kabarnet, Baringo County. Karibu Baringo. Right now in Marigat, Baringo County, a farmer is irrigating his farm that would soon feed a nation. The large-scale hay farmer in Kampiamoto, Nakuru County is making a fortune out of his partnership with the Kenya Seed. A coffee factory set up by a farmers' cooperative in Baringo North is set to start exporting coffee beans. The budding dairy farmers in Ravine, through collaboration, would soon be setting up their milk processing plant. And these tea factories in Nandi and Elgeyo Marakwet counties are yearning to expand, owing to the ease of paying farmers who supply them leaf. Workers at this flower farm in Njoro, Nakuru County, wake up every day to spread the love across the globe. And for this retail shop owner, his dreams are valid. One day, he will own a chain of supermarkets. There is a spirit in the sky that drives people to do more. It is in our customers, our employees, and DNA. And it is another reason to look up to Skyline. Skyline Circle, passion for excellence.
the first of debate in this round of the election, coming live from you from Baringo County. The hashtag is Baringo Governors Debate. And I have all my panelists, all my would-be governors and would-be hopefuls. And just before we take the break, we were discussing question on healthcare. And we want to complete that on this side of the break. Gentlemen, please back to your platform. All right. I want to go now to Professor Fred Segor. Fred, the question was, we still have a CT scan that is broken towards the end of last year. To date, residents still cannot get that service. They have to go to a different county, 50 kilometers plus away. Is that acceptable?
Thank you very much. That is unacceptable. In the procurement laws, there are several methods you can use in case something is needed urgently. And one of the urgent issues which is going towards so when an equipment is not working and that equipment is very necessary, use the quickest method possible. It is allowed, it is within the law, it is acceptable. So the first thing is to ensure that you fix the equipment using the quickest possible way.
Okay. Now, everyone has had their say. I want to go back to the current city governor because you have to have a feedback on this. We've heard there is many ways you could have fixed this. From just the last contestant, Professor Segor, why haven't you not done that?
Thank you very much. I accept that there are many methods. But many times, some of these methods take time. Allow me to point out here. Okay, thank you. Thank you for correcting that. We should actually appreciate that much as there are procurement methods that are varying, but we have also, and thank you, we have an expert here from Elgeyo, Marakwet, Robert. In 2018, from July, we embraced IFMIS. So each and every item or product that is to be procured is subjected into an IFMIS, and it has its own cost. Now, for us to actually come out of this, we were advised, and we have come out with a new approach, such that all our health facilities, the board will be in a position of being allowed to procure. So we have FIF bill that we passed over last year. This bill will allow them to actually, whatever they generate within that facility, they will actually be in a position to utilize part of that money to take care of such kind of maybe breakages or what they are lacking.
Okay.
But as we speak now, it has to go through that procurement process, and sometimes very tedious for 3 months.
Okay.
Let me also point out some areas here that we have mentioned on drugs. Mheshimiwa, Honorable Lesonet mentioned on drugs. As a government, we don't buy drugs like individuals. Our drugs actually are sent to us after paying KEMSA. And Mheshimiwa here passed a law in Parliament that tied our hands, that we cannot purchase drugs outside KEMSA. So we usually send money to KEMSA, and we send to them what we require from facilities. And they actually take them direct to the facility. They don't even bring to any hardware or any store. So many times that becomes a challenge. Another challenge I want to appreciate from Mheshimiwa Kimere is that it is true, there is underfunding. We have realized that what we set aside for purchase of drugs does not address with the ratio of the clients that visit our hospital in various areas, right from the health centers to the referral sector.
Okay.
So that in itself, I want to say, we have appealed to the Assembly during appropriation. Even in this time, we have what we call supplementary budget. They have added to us 20 million, which is going to support purchase of drugs.
Okay. Hang on to that. I want to go to now to the bigger question on healthcare.
Allow me to mention something on CEO.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
I want to go back to Sialo Kimring and talk about the big question on healthcare. The question here is this, that healthcare still appears to be a big problem, and there is no overall solution yet in this county, right? I want to hear from you. What is that big vision that you have to fix healthcare in this county?
Thank you very much. When we talk about healthcare, we're talking about the physical facilities. Then we're talking about the workforce. And then on the other side, we have the equipment. And of course now the arrangement, which is what we are missing in terms of leadership. Because none of my predecessors has thought outside the box, or even without the box, to ensure that we have a community medical share, increase NHIF registration for all the communities into the household. That is where the problem is. So what I am suggesting today to the dear beautiful people of Baringo is that I want us to increase funding in healthcare. And of course not just healthcare, but we'll talk about the rest. And how we were going to do that is to take money from the bankable projects. There are projects that we can use the private-public partnership, and we can use the power of private sector. That is what I am saying. For example, as we speak today, there is an agreement between the Gertrude Hospital and the County of Baringo to even give the potential ability to Gertrude to collect data. And as you know, James Smart, today as we speak, many years ago, people who had big lands were the lords, and then the people who had factories and factories were the richest. Today it is data, data, data. Okay. It is wrong for my predecessors to give out data, because data is what can earn us money, and that money can go into the healthcare.
Thank you. Please. Professor Fred Sigor, please hand over the microphone to Professor. I'm looking for an overall big vision on healthcare in this county. What is it that you have?
Thank you very much. Let me say that a county cannot prosper when its people is sick, when their people are not sure of whether when they go to hospital they will come out alive or they are dead. So for a long time, here in our public hospitals in Baringo, deaths has increased because of so many factors. The first is the fact that managerial skills in our health facility is lacking. Number two is that the budget for health needs to be relooked at. And so what I will do is to ensure that I relook at the budget and apportion appropriately the right amount of money to go towards health, so that we use that money first to ensure that the basic tools our human capital requires are given. Okay. Number two, as a referral hospital, and Kabarnet Hospital for that matter, we should ensure that it has all the basic equipment so that we minimize referral to other hospitals. So the issue is money. I will relook at the budget, apportion accordingly, so that we give priority to the health sector. Number two, human resource, which is not motivated, will not deliver. I happen to have served as a PS of health, and I know what it means by ensuring that the staff are motivated. It is unfortunate that in our hospitals, even basic tools like gloves, Panadol, and etc. are missing in our facilities.
Okay, thank you very much.
That is not acceptable. It has to be relooked at.
Thank you. Honorable Moses Lezonet, what is that big vision that you have? What is that big vision that you have for healthcare in this county?
Thank you very much, James Smart. I said from the onset, James Smart, that this is a management problem of a public institution. I've given you an example of a school which doesn't run out of maize, it doesn't run out of beans, it doesn't run out of chalk. They all use public money, and money in our public health facilities in Baringo is enough. And that is why my immediate two competitors on my left are able to sustain a rollover for almost 10 years. That even the absorption rate, whether in hospitals or in any other project, that they don't even have capacity to spend money. So I'm here, James Smart. I'm even
all right.
Please.
Hang on.
Yes.
Hang on to the
I'm here, James Smart, to tell you, when I become the third governor Baringo, I want to allow people to work. People are ready to work. They don't have that opportunity to work. Third medical superintendent who even doesn't have power to procure Panadol. I want to allow them to work. I want to allow them to collect monies.
Okay.
Let me just finish. To collect monies spend at source, tell me what is their shortfall per year. We give, people are ready to work. It is just management issue. Allow people to work, and I want to tell you our facilities will be first class. We shall be better than the private facilities in this county and even in this country when we allow people to work. Just the same way we allow principals of schools to work.
I hear you.
Thank
you. Let me jump the governor. Let me go to Honorable Benjamin Chiboi. The question is the overall vision
Thank
for
you very
healthcare in
much.
this county.
Thank you very much, Smart. Health is also about food. We need to continue what we started before. Public health education, agricultural food security. Where there is food security, there is less visitors to hospital. Where there is proper nutrition, there are less or fewer people going to hospital. So what we need to look at it is look at the bigger picture. Can we tweak the economy? Can we ensure that everybody is able to grow food and be able to be healthy from the word go, so that the people who go to hospital are fewer? Finally, the issue of management and motivation. Finances, yes, they are not unlimited. And I can tell you today, the health department or the health sector consumes the highest budget in the county. So it is not true that there is no sufficient funds there. But we need to try to address the challenges of how do you reduce the number of people who go to hospital? How do you partner with other institutions to be able to solve these problems?
Okay.
Allow me to just add one.
10 seconds.
Very innovative. We had agreed to partner with hospitals in Nairobi and Eldoret to be able to use telemedicine. Unfortunately, most of the doctors who were able to do that resigned because of poor management, no motivation. Look after the nurses. Look after the doctors. The patients will be healthy and they will go home quickly.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Same question, quickly. You can get the microphone from across.
Thank you very much. Health is very important to the citizens of this county. And I'll fix healthcare in about 3-4 ways. One is the upgrading issue. We need our hospitals to be upgraded, the infrastructure, both buildings and machines, MRI, ICU units. We also need the human resource to be motivated, the management issues, including all the healthcare systems. The money is collected in our hospitals should be allowed to be spent in the hospital in a legal way and be able to fix urgent problems. I also have a vision to upgrade one health center in every ward so that we have a health center with a laboratory, with x-ray and also minor theater. Primary health care is also very important because at the lowest levels, the level 1 units, we need to have allowances for the healthcare volunteers and healthcare workers at the lowest level. We have to have a good financing system and structure for our healthcare sector.
Thank you. Thank you. Please hand over the microphone to on your left. Same question, please, sir.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it is to get the structures and functions of the health sector working as designed. Where resources are required, can you budget and provide appropriately? It does not make any sense to employ qualified doctors, diagnose, and lack facilities to treat. It is better to reduce even the budget of roads, use any crook methods to get a patient to the hospital and save life. So we must get them functions. Of course, when I say the structures and the functions, these exclude things like we call prevention is better than cure. So we have to ensure that all those things are functions as designed. What I know is that the government has got the structures and systems in place. The only thing which is lacking is leadership that drives the systems to work.
Okay, so please hand over the microphone on your right. Hand over the microphone on your right. I'd like to get a response, but I'd like also to transition to something else. We can speak about healthcare the whole night, and we have so many issues to cover. And we'll talk about transition this into the biggest problem we have in this country today, and that's the question of corruption. Corruption is a thorny issue in the entire country. Baringo is no exception. Governor, I'm going to ask you first. In terms of corruption, where do you rank this county today? I'll start with you.
Much as we have not actually gone to negative, but from the time I took over, we can attest to the fact that Baringo corrupts, zero corruption.
Zero corruption, what does that mean?
Yeah, on my side. Except probably.
Sorry, Governor, help me understand. What does that mean?
It means that we have put a lot of stringent measures.
Okay.
One among which is that when I assumed office in 2017, all my CC, all my CO, including me, signed with the integrity agency, EACC, prevention. All of us signed prevention. And we have continued to indicate to all of us that we want to ensure that we serve our people. We don't need to go into their pockets in order to serve them. So that I've tried. Probably we are almost getting to understand that even those of them who want services from us should also stop trying to influence those of them that are in the offices. But personally, if I get to hear that so and so is corrupt, that person will face the music.
So according to you, there's no corruption in this country?
Yeah, to me.
All right.
And that's why smart. That's why smart. I was able to be awarded excellent in governance and leadership in Kenya because I fought corruption.
Okay. Thank you very much. I need a direct response for that from Moses Lesonet.
Smart, I want to talk about corruption in a slightly different way. That there is corruption, legal corruption, Smart.
How does that work?
Legal corruption, that you find a governor, Smart, spent 150 days outside Kenya in 1 year in pursuit of allowances. That is corruption. Smart,
Hang on, please.
Smart, it is corruption. Instead of doing a meeting here in Kabarnet, you are doing a meeting in Kisumu, you are doing a meeting in Mombasa, you are doing a meeting in Tanzania. That is corruption. Smart, this county spends...
Hang on, please.
This
just
county...
hang on, sir. Hang on. Kindly allow him to make points, please.
This county, Smart, spends huge amounts of money for the last 10 years on such unnecessary expenses that you travel for a UN Women Conference in New York for 21 days.
Okay.
So Smart, that is the agenda. I am coming to cut the cost on travel by 70%.
Okay.
That is the biggest. That's the biggest.
That's your biggest takeaway on corruption.
Yes.
Okay. Mheshimiwa Benjamin Cheboy, please hand the microphone. The question on corruption in this country today.
Thank you very much. The question of corruption is not a question for Baringo County alone. This is a national issue. But what I can assure you is corruption is based on the systems. Management of corruption is based on the systems that we have put in place in the entity. If you make sure that there is a systems approach, that you can be able to monitor all spending and the people who are doing it, then it's much easier to deal with it. But it is not true that it is possible for a governor to travel for 150 days. It's impossible. It's lying. Even lying itself is being corrupt. But what I can tell you is corruption is measured by the number of people who have been charged in court. I can assure you that during my time, not a single, and even after, and for the many years that I've served in public service, there is not a single agency that has asked me to record a single statement. Therefore, a systems approach is a solution to make sure that all the financial processes are adhered to the letter. And that is the way you are going to finish that problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Segor. Corruption today in Baringo County. How do we fix it?
Thank you very much. Let me say I subscribe to Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which is touching on leadership and integrity, where public officers are expected to adhere to those rules. And therefore, as we look forward to allowing leaders to be our leaders in the position of governor, it is very important that we get to know their background as far as issues corruption are concerned. And so when we talk about Baringo, it is not true to say that the county is not corrupt. I think the auditor books are in black and white. We are able to see what is happening, what's going on. And therefore, it is important when an issue touching on corruption comes up, we allow the law to take its course. And I believe in implementing the law to the letter. And that is my position as the governor of Baringo County.
Okay. I still have Richard Koech, I have Robert Chalagat, I have Governor and Sialo Kipring to respond on the question of corruption. I do have to take a commercial break at this point. We still come back on these responses on corruption because this is a big issue. We'll not leave until we solve the question on corruption in this room. Do we agree? All right. Makofi tafadhali, if you agree with that. I'll take a short break. We'll be back.
Zuru Baringo is a virtual tour to Baringo County, the land of 1,000 scenic views. This segment is brought to you by the Lake Bogoria Group of Hotels, led by the Lake Bogoria Spa and Resort in Marigat,
All right, welcome back. You're watching Baringo Governor's Debate, County 030. And this is the first of the round of Governor's Debate organized by NTV and others. And we'll have plenty more to come. But tonight, the questions are about Baringo. The issues are in Baringo. And the hopefuls are from Baringo. Gentlemen, if you take your podium, once again, we are on the question on corruption. And at this point, I'd like to bring in Richard Koech. The corruption today in the county, is it on acceptable levels? What would you do differently?
Thank you very much. Indeed, corruption is a big challenge in this country, and Baringo County is not an exception. For me, we can only address corruption by starting from the top. If we want to address corruption in Kenya, it must start from the president. If we have to address corruption in Baringo, it must start from the governor. And it always calls for the tone to come from the chief executive officer so that the rest would follow. And we can address corruption by, of course, Chapter 6 of the Constitution. It is so clear on what is acceptable and what is not acceptable for a public officer. It is also important to strengthen systems and controls. This issue of corruption is also a moral question. It is cutting the fabric of our society, and we have to look at each other in the eye and ask, how should we end corruption? Because for every corruption to take place, there are always two parties or even more. And therefore, if we have to address corruption, we must address from government, and we also have to address it from the public sector.
Okay. All right. Hand the microphone to Mr. Chalagat.
Thank you. How I wish this question was interactive. How I wish somebody would have given us the definition of corruption. Because sometimes we can culminate corruption and see it only in the form of looted money. But we fail to see the genesis. For example, when a child fails in class, we condemn the child. But the reasons behind the failure is so huge and numerous. When we look only corruption at the point of the leadership, but if we start now that we are going for general elections, the electorate are bribed to elect corrupt leaders. Who is corrupted there? But under my administration, I will ensure that people do the right things right from the beginning.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cielo. Please get the microphone prep.
My dear people of Baringo County, the question of corruption is first a question of personal values. And that is why we, the people from the communities and the households, must first of all determine inside our heart and in our minds that we are going to fight this cancer that has robbed us, according to World Bank and IMF, 600 billion annually since 2013. Corruption, the president just recently said we're losing 2 billion every day. Now, here in the county, I'm hearing my predecessors, because I believe these people of Baringo are going to elect me as the third governor. They are saying there's no corruption. We have irrigation projects that were voted for and money allocated, actually even paid. If you go to the ground, James Smart and my people from Baringo, no projects. There are no irrigation projects going on. It is then therefore wrong for us to say there is no corruption. Obviously, we are dealing with a bigger problem, and the problem is corruption. I want us to build a Baringo that is livable, Baringo that is homeland for the people, and the people who involve the communities. And that is why I suggest that I am going to involve the communities, the professional community, the church community, and the natural communities of Baringo.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'll have to finish with Governor. You have an envious opportunity to respond to everything.
Thank you very much. What have we done in the county and what is to be done? One, we are strengthening the internal audit. That's number one. Because it will actually help us to understand the leakages. So we have strengthened the internal audit sector and giving them some independence. Number two, in order to actually stamp out corruption, we must actually embrace technology. The issue of IMIS, how I wish that we have also a county IMIS that will help us also monitor continually what's happening in the procurement sector and the payment, right from, because there are 17 steps, and the other one is 25. It will allow us to monitor well. So the monitoring and evaluation system should actually be put properly in order for us to cap corruption.
Okay.
And there's also another factor that I want to also indicate. Let us also maybe move up a bit by not terming that stealing to be in a very simple way corrupt, and it is stealing. Let's give the right name. If a servant has taken something, it should be indicated that he has actually stolen, so that it may be a bit, maybe it will deter that aspect of stealing. Okay. So don't simply call it corruption. Let's call it stealing by a servant.
Will that help? Will Governor, I'm really keen about. Will that help?
And in another area, we wish also that this umbrella way of summarizing that the governor has stolen the government, yet we don't get codes, we are not given many facts. We even don't see the payment from Nairobi to suppliers. They pay direct. Okay. So governors should be given more powers also to be the CEO as it is in the constitution.
Let's tie this question back to you, and then I need to go around. On the same question on corruption is also tied into management and leadership, and colleagues here have spoken about it. Question of revenue collection, for instance. Still, this county collects what, 300, 400 million a year? How much do you collect a year?
So far from 2013 to 2 million, but the highest
2 million or 200 million?
Yeah, 350 million.
350 million.
That's the highest we have gone, but COVID has reduced.
Governor, would you say that there is a lack of vision, if you like, not to get enough revenue collected in this county? We're still 350 million. You get 4.5 billion shillings from the national government or thereabouts?
No, 5. It has grown
about
to
5
6.
billion.
It has
6
grown
billion.
to 6.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what are you going to do from where you sit? What is your vision to collect more revenues from here? This is an endowed county. There's tourism. There is sports. There is many things that can happen here. What's your vision to increase revenue collection in this county? Tie that to leadership and management.
One among many is to utilize our valuation role. And we shall impress upon those of them that have plots to actually prepare also to actually chip in and pay what is due. So utilizing valuation role. Number 2, we have also tried to put more money in adjudication of land. So that is an area that has been lacking for a while. So we're putting a lot of money in adjudication to the extent that now in our cities and towns, the land question should not create conflict. Because as we speak, many of our towns don't have title deeds because of lack of adjudication. Another aspect is spatial plans. We have come up with a spatial plan. That will give us the impetus of understanding how to actually get along with revenue streams. How do we improve our revenue streams?
Okay.
So that is, and then also I want to appreciate the Assembly. They have done us proud. That's why they are considered to be number 2 in Kenya. Because they have passed many bills that are geared towards addressing this aspect of revenue streams.
All right. Mheshimiwa Lozonet, the same question on increasing revenue and revenue allocation in this county. 350 million is what is currently being collected. What is that big vision that this county has in the effect that it can, 1, empower people, and 2, get more resources into the county?
James Smart, the past leadership of this county have refused to collect 600 million per year, money which is just waiting to be collected. It's just waiting for someone to collect 600 million per year. So James Smart, I want to tell you where that money is, which is just waiting for collection. And I'm here to tell the people of Baringo as soon as I assume office, I will collect an additional 600 million shillings per year.
How are you going to do that?
Yes, that is the question I want to tell you. In this county, James Smart, there are roads being done. Like, for example, James Smart, last week, we put Maram on the side of the Tarmac Road from Ravine to Nakuru. Nobody collected even a shilling of cess of that Maram. James Smart, in Ravine, the constituency I represent, we did close to 50 kilometers of Maram. We poured over 3,000 lorries. We were supposed to collect 2,000 per lorry. For 3,000 lorries, 36 million shillings, nobody collected. James Smart, we have buildings coming up in Kabarnet, in Ravine, in all towns, and nobody is collecting cess for the stones, for the sand, for the Maram, for the ballast. James Smart, immediately I come into office, I will give a bill to the contractor doing Karandi Marigat Road. Just a minute.
I don't have a minute.
You can do that, Governor, now. The contractor doing the road, let me just finish. The contractor doing the road from Karandi to Marigat, a Tarmac Road. Nobody is collecting cess on Maram. Nobody is collecting cess on ballast. Nobody is collecting cess on sand, which is in this county. Nobody is collecting. They have refused to collect James Smart.
Okay. Thank you.
James Smart.
Okay.
James Smart.
Okay. Just hang on. Hang on, Governor. Hang on. I'll come back to you. Okay. Okay, your microphone is not even working. I'll come back to you.
But also, working for the national government.
Yeah.
But national government gave us, and we got into agreement. Exemptions. Oh, Mike. Oh, sorry. Please, we agreed with the national government. So to that extent, Mheshimiwa should be
30 seconds
fair.
if you can.
We agree with the national government.
Yeah.
That there are areas that we give exemptions. So we agreed with the national
So that's the problem of the national government?
Yeah, we agreed, and they allowed us. Because they beckon upon us to actually exempt, especially the Kena, yes, the Kura. And he's also a member of the national assembly.
Okay, that's correct. All right. Let me get to Professor, the same question. I'll come back to Chebui afterwards.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think it is unacceptable that after 9 years of devolution, we are still collecting revenue the Chuakali way. The Chuakali way in the sense that even the normal parking of a vehicle, you have to negotiate with somebody so that they write receipts. This is a cake, and the first governor and the second governor failed us for 9 years. We need to automate our revenue system. It is the surest way, it is modern, it is the sure way of collecting revenue. And so I also want to ask my residents and the people of Baringo that really for development to be effective and for development to be seen, it is also important for us to meet our obligations. And when you pay the taxes, it should go to the right pocket. It should go to the revenue of the county government.
Okay. Let me go to...
Thank you very much. I think while I agree that there is need to collect more revenue, I want to tell you, Smart, that since we started, there was a trajectory of increase in revenue from a smaller figure of less than maybe 100 million to the figure that we left, which was about 300 million by the time we were leaving. But then, efficiency in collection, yes. But we have to produce more. The way to increase revenue in this country, in this county, is to increase productivity. We need to make sure that there are more goods and services that are being sold or produced. Because you can only collect revenue through sales, through tourism, through livestock sales, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
When you sell more, you collect more. So our focus as government, when I get back, is to increase productivity in the entire county, and through value addition and through all those processes. Okay. So yes, we will automate, and we have automated. We automated revenue collection. I'm sure I don't understand why the governor is not explaining that already by the time he came, he found that we had already automated revenue collection through KCB.
Okay.
These guys are lying. How can you elect a lying person who wants to become governor?
All right.
Thank you.
Please hand the microphone to.
Thank you.
Hang on. Is that good people? Hang on.
Thank you.
Hang on.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Please.
I think we have a higher potential in on-source revenue. And it is true that we continuously increased our revenue generation from about 201 million to about 393 million when I left. And we have certain sources of revenue that we need to maximize. One is rates and rent from the plots. We also need to maximize revenue from single business permits. And to me, it is an economic question. You cannot increase certain revenues beyond certain levels if we don't grow our economy. I intend to expand the economy of Baringo by ensuring that there is vibrant business and there is actually new businesses that are opening up. We have to expand the issue of automation. When we left, the automation that we had was not actually through pay bill. But currently, we have to embrace automated systems like pay bill so that you don't have to look for a parking attendant when you come to town to park. You only need to pay using pay bill.
Thank you very much. Salagas.
Yeah, thank you. For the issue of revenue, I think it suffices to say that it is good to ensure that payable tax is paid. Because it is true we have citizens who are sometimes naughty and would want to evade. So we want to, under my docket, I will want to ensure that the real tax that is payable is paid. Keep to Caesar what belongs to Caesar.
Okay.
At the same time, we need to create an enabling environment. Because like developed states, you don't find askaris running around chasing licensees and all that. We need to motivate and encourage our people to understand the importance of paying tax so that they do it naturally without force.
Okay. All right. Racialo, let me get your input on the question of revenue collection.
Thank you very much, James Smart. On the question of revenue collection, I would of course want to thank my predecessors because they did a good job. Starting from Cheboy to Kiptis, they tried. We can say from 100 to 300 to 400. That's a good trial. But it's too little, too small for the country like this, which is massive. 10 times, 8 times to 10 times Elgeyo Marakwet. What we are losing in this country is the question of leadership. Leadership is not what they have shown. Of course, I agree they are the best managers, but I will be the chief vision bearer of this county so that we can see what we have in this county. You know the story of a little boy who was asked by God, what do you have on the hand? Moses was asked, what do you have on the hand? In this Baringo County, we have coltan. We have the capacity and the ability to produce cement here. We can manufacture solar panels so that we can increase county revenue. And what we are going to do is to ensure that the monies that are coming from Nairobi to Kabarnet goes to infrastructure, goes to education, and the projects that are bankable, James Smart. Because of my experience and networks in the private sector, I am able to ensure that we turn Baringo County into a business county, whereby we start enterprises that are going to generate revenues and create jobs and jobs and jobs. Okay. One very sure thing, James Smart, which I want you to give me 1 minute to explain.
I don't have a minute. 10 seconds.
Okay. Is that the hospitality industry here needs to be improved and bolstered. So I promise the people of Baringo that I'm going to be the chief marketing officer to market tourism. We have attractive sceneries and we tap into community and cultural tourism and even sports tourism. Okay. That will increase revenue.
I want to get very quickly, 4 minutes to a break, but I want to go very quickly to the governor. There's some problems, again, when we come here. I've had so many questions. What's happening with Kabarnet Stadium? Please, give him the microphone. Hang on.
Gentlemen, it's not a laughing matter. It's a serious matter.
Hang on.
Thank you. As a sportsman, because I played for this country, I'm sometimes hard-pressed to talk about it. Because I've tried hard to ensure that I've come out of this quagmire. We put money, the ACC indicates to us that there is an audit query. So when I came on board, I found that the stadium is the way it is. But the audit queries that were raised to date have not been really understood by both the Senate and also high. I've been trying to ensure that we come out of it.
Please explain to the people what is the single most important question with that stadium?
This stadium has some audit queries. It has been flagged by the ICC and as well as the Senate because it came out way back in 2016. So, EACC. So far, I've also written to the national government to actually give us, and maybe if there was an audit query, let them continue investigating, but allow us to finish the stadium.
Okay.
I've even gone to the level of writing to the government, to the national government, that because it is more than 12 acres, they can actually come on board and support us by developing that stadium like any other, like the rest of the stadiums that they have done.
Okay.
So I've done my best.
You've done your
But
bit.
we have a challenge that also cropped out, that all our stadiums or fields have no requisite document. So what we have done as a county is that we have placed a budget of 2 million that will allow us address the issue of documentation. Because even Ravine Stadium, Mochongo Stadium, Marakwet Stadium, and Emini and Mogotio have no requisite documents. So we are geared towards ensuring that all these stadiums have requisite documents.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't want to spend more time on this, but 30 seconds each before I go on a break. 30 seconds. Let me start from there.
Yeah, if I come in,
Yes.
I will want to find out what are the reasons. When Our Excellency Governor says there is an audit query is very definite. The citizens want to know what is that definite question which is holding the stadium from not being what it is supposed to be. So I'll want to find out, and from there, we want to carry on and let the citizens know what is the problem, so that I don't carry the problem alone.
Thank you. 30 seconds. I want to hear everyone before I go on a break. 30 seconds.
My background is audit. There is no single audit query that stops a public project from being implemented. It is actually refusal by the current administration and the governor to allocate funds to the project.
Hang on.
To allocate funds to the project, because this is a project that is worth about 400 million shillings. The first administration allocated about 40 million. So for continuity of this project to the end, it needs more funding. The audit query that is existing is a non-issue and it can be addressed administratively.
I've had you. Hand over the microphone, please. 30 seconds before I go on a break.
I want to dispel any rumors, any innuendo, and any ukora. The stadium, he has told you, there was only a budget of 40 million in 2 years. They did the fence and they did the leveling and landscaping. If there is any audit query, because sometimes I've had rumors that it is because the land is not titled. The whole of Baringo County, we have schools in Barwesa, we have schools in Mochongoi, we have hospitals in the entire county, built on land that has been allocated for those purposes, no title. So the issue of title is not a problem at all. It is a matter of allocating money, but more importantly,
I don't have that. I need to hear the rest. I'll come back to you.
Well,
yes,
James Smart, my response is very simple. That for this Kabarnet Stadium, I don't have the facts. They have the facts. But from where I sit, I suspect that it is an example of corruption.
Okay.
The second issue, James Smart. The second issue, let me just finish, is that yes, when I assume office, we shall have stadiums in Baringo.
Hand over the microphone. 10 seconds, please.
Yeah. Let me say, from the explanation of the first governor and the second governor, what they are doing is a ping pong. One is blaming the other one for non-performance. So to me, the issue of the stadium, there are issues touching on misappropriation of funds, and it has to be handled from that direction. Number two, the youth of Baringo County indeed deserve a stadium.
That's okay.
And personally,
That's
I'm
okay.
going to ensure that
That's okay.
a
That's okay.
stadium is built in this county.
Hand over the microphone, please, for my last 10 seconds, please.
The question of stadium, of course, like Honorable Senator said, is corruption. We just don't have to talk too many things. We just say the first people who started the project made a mistake. It's corruption. Number two, we have to say that sports is big. And if we can be able to fuse industry and sport and education, we can be able to, and we can't do this without stadiums.
Thank you.
So the design and the funding of stadium in the future must incorporate the private sector.
Thank you very much. You're watching NTV. We are taking a short break for the news break, and we'll be right back. Don't go too far. This is Baringo Governor's Debate, coming to you live from County 030 in Baringo.
Right now in Marigat, Baringo County, a farmer is irrigating his farm that would soon feed a nation. The large-scale hay farmer in Kampiamoto, Nakuru County, is making a fortune out of his partnership with the Kenya Seed. A coffee factory set up by a farmers' cooperative in Baringo North is set to start exporting coffee beans. The budding dairy farmers in Ravine, through collaboration, would soon be setting up their milk processing plant. And these tea factories in Nandi and Elgeyo Marakwet counties are yearning to expand, owing to the ease of paying farmers who supply them leaf. Workers at this flower farm in Njoro, Nakuru County, wake up every day to spread the love across the globe. And for this retail shop owner, his dreams are valid. One day, he will own a chain of supermarkets. There is a spirit in the sky that drives people to do more. It is in our customers, our employees and DNA. And it is another reason to look up to Skyline. Skyline Circle, passion for excellence. Zuru Baringo is a virtual tour to Baringo County, the land of 1,000 scenic views. This segment is brought to you by the Lake Bogoria Group of Hotels, led by the Lake Bogoria Spa and Resort in Marigat, and the Rift Valley Hills Resort in Kabarnet, Baringo County. Karibu Baringo.
Placing the livelihoods of the people, I believe I'm the best candidate for this position.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. I'll request my panelists, when you're talking, please don't hold the microphone from the bottom because it interferes with our sound system. In this series of debates that will be going countrywide here on NTV, you've been listening to us, you've been listening to our panelists, and our audiences will get a chance and opportunity to do their bit in the next series on questions. I want to congratulate all of you for being a great audience. For this session, kindly, if you allow me, I have just a few more minutes to finish on the final issue in this series, and then we'll come back. Don't go too far, because we will take a short break to allow my colleagues at Nation Center take over the news, but then they'll be back to us on our social as we continue this conversation later on after the news. But let's go to our final issue. The governors, please, hopeful, please take your lanterns. My final question is on water, on this series. And without belaboring the point, we do have 2 dams already, but the piping of this water has been a big issue. And I wonder why. I'm blessed to start with you, Governor.
Thank you for commenting with me always.
You're the sitting governor, so
that's
yes.
good. That's good. That's why I comment. We have the 2 mega dams. There's also one new avenue of project that is providing water to a larger population. Now, Ravine, that's Chemosusu. We are collaborating with the national government and Central Rift Waterworks. They have done for us many tanks, 24, and they have actually distributed all the way to Nakuru. What we have done as a county is frustrated by budgeting some funds. So far, we are doing the last mile at Mogoti.
And that's where the problem is.
Yes, we are doing the last mile at Mogoti. Although it's coming way too late, but we start and commenced last year. There are 7 projects. Mogoti ward, that is Toim and Kipsogon, plus also Emening.
Why is it taking forever? Why is it taking long?
It is not long. It is on time.
It's on track?
We commenced last year. It was not done before. I just saw it wise that our people should get water, because my slogan is what water maji be ingare.
Okay.
Yes, but for Kabarnet here, the national government has supported us by giving us some money for last mile within Kabarnet.
All right, I'm going to go for another quick round. Let me start with Lezonet here. Why is this last mile still being held up? Is it on schedule? And people still have to walk miles to get this water. That's already here.
Thank you, James Matt. As national government, I can confirm we are done with our part in terms of Chemosusu Dam. And of course, the remaining part in terms of distribution of Chemosusu water is for me to assume office, and I deal with that. James Matt, the water problem in Baringo is a big problem. It is a problem beyond Chemosusu. It is a problem beyond Kirdam. I'm here to tell you, James Smart, because Kirdam and Chemosusu is only going to serve less than 20% of Baringo County. The 80% of Baringo County, James Smart, I will put 200 million shillings per year to do 4,000 water pans every year in this county, in those parts which are very far from Chemosusu, in those parts which are very far from Kirdam. That is the story, James Smart.
All right.
I thank you.
Okay. Professor?
Yeah, thank you very much. If there is a project I'm proud of as the PS in Ministry of Water, is distribution of Chemosusu water project. When I went to the ministry, I realized that the water was lying idle. And within 2 weeks, I was able to go to site, saw the need, of piping this water for
Talk to me
people
about the
benefit.
final mile.
The issue of utilizing that water is quite commendable. The project is almost done. In addition, after the two dams which are major, I want to mention that water harvesting is the way to go. And I'm happy as a resident of this county that through the offices and through the government, I've been able to do what Lesson 8 intends to do. Already I've brought to Baringo County
done.
over 2,000 of them.
I've had you.
Lastly, just allow me lastly, the issue of storage of water is very crucial. There is no two way about it. Internationally, you've got to store water for services to be seen, to have arrived to the people for utilization. So storage, and that is construction of dams. That is the direction to go.
Thank you. Hand over the mic on your right.
Thank you very much. On the issue of water, first of all, we have to go back and check what...
I have 30 seconds. The last
It's okay. That's enough. What President Moi did, and some of the MPs in the beginning, they did a lot, and many of the water ponds, nobody has worked on them to desilt them. We need to go back and ensure we put them in the original position so that the communities can use. Number two, I
don't have number two. I'll come back to you. I need to go to the list. Benjamin.
James Matt. Chemusuzu was done in 2002 when Charity Ngilu was Minister for Water.
Last mile.
But the last mile we will do. This one I can assure you from September this year we will sort it out. But I want to tell these two guys, this guy here, Mheshimiwa Lesonet, and PS Sigor. PS Sigor was PS for 10 years. For 20 years we have not had water from Chemususu.
All right.
Honorable Lesonet was in charge of was the vice chair budget.
Okay.
And nothing has been done.
Thank you. And on this note, this is a good place. It's a good time for me to hand over to my colleagues. Handing over to my colleagues at Nation Center for the News. Don't go too far because I'll still remain here with the two responses that needs to go on, and we'll continue that on our social media. But handing over to our colleagues on Nation Media right now for the 7 p.m. news.
raising the livelihoods of the people, I believe I'm the best candidate for this position.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. I'll request my panelists, when you're talking, please don't hold the microphone from the bottom because it interferes with our sound system. But thank you very much. Let me get now His Excellency Benjamin Cheboy. Please introduce yourself to the country and to the members of Baringo County. And please tell us why you're the best person to run Baringo County. Your 2 minutes starts now. Sorry, the microphone is not on. Just let's get...
Just to be sure. Thank you very much, Smart. This guy here, this gentleman here is the first or the founding governor for Baringo County. And the next governor for Baringo County. We started devolution with the challenges that were there. We were able to create the foundation of this great county and build on it and achieve.
Please clap for yourself for being a very good audience. And clap for my panelists for handling 1.5 hours of what has been tough time. I want to hand over now to my other colleagues in KAS FM to spend the next 1 hour, KAS TV, sorry, to spend the next 1 hour with this round of debates. I will come back after 1 hour to continue with this on NTV. Thank you very much for your attentiveness.
Chitab Kwale nyine ngoitogol olegere Kas TV en goskoleng'utab raini ko boroindo ne inegei en county number 30. County number sosom en betutab raini chitab Kwale nyine kokakiname county nito ng'alalet anan debates chekimache kong'ololso kandoikyok ak kekas ak kebiman ak kekushi kong ak kebir tartet ak keker kele tos ng'o nenyolu koik governor en countisyechok cheterter. Machole pongeze mising en county nebo Baringo amu kakokonu mfano nekararan anan kakotech foundation nekararan en debates chemache sikotestai keibun en Kas TV kimnotet naet. Kainaik chu ko Alex Tum kimitei en nganaset nebo Kabarnet ako kimitei Kenya School of Government. Kimi kora tupchenyu Thomas Chepsoi ako kounoto ketinye boroindo nebo sait agenge negei nekimeche keng'alal ak kehakikishan kele kakitestai ketebi kutai kikochi nafas icheket chemokyingei ng'echerok asikobit kolya asikobit komwoiwech kerenwa vision nenywa manifesto nenywa. Kounoto kemi live nguno en Kas TV ako kora kimite kora live en Facebook page nenyonet ako kounoto kemeche ketestai. Chepsoi ngetau kityo kitikin konech background nebo Baringo County en registered voters kenai kele tos biik ata chekikosirgei kopir kura chebichoto chesome kura bichu.
Koko missing Alex Tum kuya imwa gemiten agenge kongeten sukulit nebo Kenya School of Government eng tonotab Kabarnet ko Alex Tum ke mwa kele akome kolalangit kot kakolalany murenjo kakabo mutirenik chekabo tai ko kakekas kele kakome kolalangit kot ko kaitit ko kotou kobate kityo kakeker kele kakome kolalangit kot emsanik chekakemwa ketepsen betutab raini choton kotasap chemiten eng tainyo ko kobate kityo Alex Tum tindoi koitetab biik cheite 1,100 mengik chebo komosik chebo Baringo County chetindoi koitet chebo birikab kura cheite 275 koboto kotindoi kora ketesosiek chebo polling station anan ko chekibiren kura cheite 900 ketesosiek 984 polling station chechoto kityo Alex Tum ko alak eng kebeberta nemokibiren kura mengikab komosik chebo Baringo County chetindoi constituencies lo choton ko Tiaty constituency, Baringo North, Baringo Central, Baringo South, Eldama Ravine koboto komosta nebo Mogoti constituency ko noto kityo kong'alal Alex Tum kamek konwagit sait kakokonin murechu sait agenge kekere kele tebutik chemito yu erayu ko chang kekere kele mito chebete ako mito kalakekab ngoroik ak kanemungekab ngoroik koboto kityo Alex Tum meche ketestai kekochi murencho komwagei ak komwa kainaikwak koboisie kasarta nenwach asikobit kakoi kaptaingoi kaita ako kikile yambi kialat mayambi chasis Alex Tum.
Kongoi mising noto ko Thomas Chepsoi ikere ile inendet kabisa ne sura nenyonet nebo Kas TV Kas Media en kole Baringo County. Chitab Kalenjin kitindoi noto Robert Chelagat anan icheket cheborchingei governor en yuto bo Baringo County komite Robert Chelagat tonon eng yoto imi kongoi orabokine iwo. Kitindoi kora inendet CPA Richard Koech tonon eng imi as orabokchi. Kitindoi neki governor netai nebo county ini His Excellency Benjamin Cheboy orabokchi. Kitindoi the current governor noto ko His Excellency Stanley Kiptis orabokchi kora. Kitindoi MP nebo Eldama Ravine constituency eng tamishek somok nguno ako mache koek governor nebo somok nebo Baringo County Mheshimiwa Moses Lesonet. Ak kitindoi Professor Fred Segor ne inendet ko kikoek PS eng ministries chechang koboto nebo beek ako Professor Fred Segor komache akine koek ne governor nebo somok eng Baringo County. Tindoi kora jorwenyu Sialo Kibering ingen kak chicho kwa muda mrefu sana ako ine ko mwanafunzi nebo theology lifelong kale ane kwa lifelong theology student kongoi mising Sialo Kibering karibu sana. Amache kebe agenge ketema swali ako amache osomok oriki mesoshek kwa asikobit konyumnyumit round of questions. Amache kehakikishan kora kele ushers chakotindoi microphones kaikai amache kehakikishan kele matkobit kasarta nekibeti kikoitoi microphones. Amache ke minimize wastage of time asikobit kenyoru nafas en candidates chechoket kong'alal eng betutab raini. Amache ataune tebutiet netai ripsetab kalyet. Biik chechang eng Baringo County ak Kerio Valley eng koskoleng'utab raini komaruitos kotindoi kalyet. Mengen ngot kong'etos asubuhi kochamegei amengen ngot kong'etos komi komie malikwak. Amune sikikobijit kenyor walutiet nebo koigeny eng ng'alekab kalyet eng Baringo County. Amache ataune His Excellency Governor Stanley Kiptis imwoiwech ile amune sikikobijit ako tos koiyai ne eng kasarta ng'ung matkosir dakikayat.
Kongoi Bwana Tum ak Chepsoi. county ninyone sai ko kikirirye tugul. Kikirirye ako tikerirsoti. Kikebet biik chesere. Baringo North, Baringo South. Ot komosta nin nebo Tiaty. Komosta nin bo Trioko. Ko kikebet biik. Ako sababu kakeker kikemwa ng'alekab kiagik, teta, nego, akoi sikirie. Lakini ng'olyondoni mito ko ng'alekab bunduki. Bunduki. Kirani ko bunduki. Kiketyem, kikeba ak MPs. Tom ko lesonet inegei.
Onge boss roar yonde tafadhali.
Sawa.
Kikeba ak MPs.
Please proceed, Governor.
Agera meche neta sai sukunam ngecherani sukutau. Ko kikebe round. Kikesungukan akot Kamket, Gladwell, Cheptumo. Kikebe ko kimi atkinye mutyo mo kikuru. Ko kikesungukan. Kikeboisien binu yote. Kikeya akot kileni peace run. Kiamoto kina mama. First ladies bo Kenya ko kebe loru kikirwai. Ketinya ak biikab Tiaty, biikab Chomus ak tugenek. Lakini tom keityi. So kitoni mita sai en kasari. Ko mwa len bundukinik komeche kecheru eng bichu. Meche keyai nekile disarmament. Momi kitake nebo kotoretech. Kora eng achek county ko kikinde plan. Kikiker kele uni kimwa biik ng'alekab suswek ak beek. Keker kele the whole of Baringo County ko adjudication site. So kiketou ng'alekab pimanet nebo mbarenik. Simatukochute chito mbaretab chito age. Kora komeche keser biik kyok chebo agriculture extension officers. Sikenet biik kyok oret age mpya nebo ole kiripto kiagik. Sikobet ng'alechu bo chorsetab kiagik. Kindeni ko mashinishek chakai. Kindeni so kimi yoe.
Kongoi. Amache awo Governor Cheboy, ko ki governor netai tiingen ng'alechuto bo insecurity komie. Imache nguno iegu governor kokeny nebo somok. Ako in kiimi tai. Imi nguno ak imache imi mutai. Tos ne nenjiyoe koterit eng ng'alekab cheng'etab kalyet?
Kongoi mising arap tum. Ngemwa iman ko shida nebo insecurity ko maiyan serikali nemito kotyokchigei. Maiyan kotyokchigei amune kingemi county kong'etege 2013 akoi 2017 ko kikiboisien ortinwek che nyolchin keng'alal ak biik chebo security tugul. Ko kiyan kokonech security neyamegei. Kowolu ng'alekab ng'oyondit. Kinyo chi age tugul, kinyo kot minister, konyo president, konyo deputy president, konyo inspector generals tugul. Kikityokchigei iman. Ko kimakoya kou yeu nguni. Kong'etege 2017 ko walda. So one solution ko nebo serikali ke koshinen kotyokchigei ng'alechutok ako beku. Mami kito neture serikali.
Kongoi.
Makemwa kele ng'alekab beek iman. Lakini ng'alekab beek ko chi tugul. Makemwa kele ng'alekab somanet nebo biik chemi yotok. Lakini lembech. Mami ng'alekab somanet. Mi solution che kiboisien kora ng'alek chekamwae Mheshimiwa Kiptis, and I agree with him that mache ke-investen in other means of earning a living. Akinet bichotok kowalakis. Akeboisien peace ng'alek chebo kalyet kekoshinyo. Lakini the solution neititoi ko nebo serikali.
Sawa, kongoi. Aya, kebe CPA Koech.
Kongoi mising Alex. Making'olonen ng'alekab insecurity ko making'alanen chanzo chebo tuguk cheyooksei. Inget ile Tiaty ko karibu nusu nebo Baringo en landmass. Mi ng'alek chemitei konamegei keny chebo marginalization. Mi ng'alek chemakiyai eng Tiaty, mabendi laak sukul. Bichu yoe bunyondi ako borishei ko biik chemakat komi sukul, lakini mabendi sukul. Mitei ng'alek chebo suswek ak beek. Ane amache ketoben long term solutions, keyai a Marshall Plan, keyat koretab Tiaty ak keyai tuguk cheikochine bichoe koba sukul, keyai boarding schools en emonoto tugul. Nebo mwisho ko ng'alekab uongozi. moyookse kalye komami uongozi nekararan, konamegei ng'weny, konamegei village elders, akot sigik chebo murenchu komagat ko taken accountability, ko taken responsibility. Nebo mwisho ko serikali nebo Nairobi. The biggest responsibility nebo national government ko provide security, ko ribik, ta kotokomitei karik chemachomdootin einek ab mokoraek koborech. So okoi keker ore ke licensen biikab komosi konyor bundukishek anan keisto bundukishek chemi einek chemamokotin. Kongoi mising.
Kongoi, amache keibote kabisa 45 seconds koyame kowal chito swali sikenyoru kewalu maswali chechang. Chelagat.
Yes, support yole kakongalane wenzangu akobo ngalechoto bo insecurity. Kimwoe mutyo mo kikengalane koboch kotom kenam Uhuru Kenya ako tikeng'olonen akoi raini. Iborunot kele okot ndakilyain komatore bundukishek akot ndakiibu tugul chemi amaris chebo Kenya akeibu okot komatore borionoi. Kimeche maket nemie nebo serikali national, county akoi local level. Kimeche maket nemie nebo biik chetinyegei ak borioshek choto ketebi ng'weny akeng'alan kele kiborsoti akoi yawe akecheru oret kele kichomye ketebi kunyene akebek akoi tun anan kichengchigei kerichonde achegei ng'achegei sikobit sobe nebo koigeny. Kwa hivyo meche maket nemie kong'ete barak akoi ng'weny. Lakini kot ngan tinye serikali kimnatet ak kamuket kurib biik ak malikwach, lakini ngan ndaunoi ko maanyiny akoboru kole mi kiy nesirei koboryo biik kong'ete kotom kenam Uhuru akoi raini kotikeng'olonen kechor kiagik akebar biik kemwoe mutyo. Kwa hivyo kongoi.
Kongoi. Aya amache kebe nguno mheshimiwa Lesonet.
Kochi microphone.
Pas kongoi missing Kass FM. Ngalechu bo security ko ngalechu kakomwa aspirants wala ko kingen ngalecha tugul ko kanyoni yu kityo ale ne noyoe ane yakakekona nafasi ya governor hii sikopunguan ngalechu bo insecurity en Baringo. Ngolionda agenge noyoe ko hakikisha nokunto ngot kiteben biik lakini kulinjin ma devolved. Hakikishani ole kitinye boarding schools en Tiati sikosoma lagoikab Pokot amu lagoikab Tiati sokol en taman chikotomi primary school kimomi. Amache hakikishan ole kates lagocho chikaba sukul sikobakach kosuboto ngalekab katurasoling ak bundukishek. Kosomonyo in boarding school nemi chakula ako boarding school ko ngou family kotesetai lagok kosomonyo sukul. Nebo oeng kitindoi ngalekab NPR en Baringo maliponi chi taegu governor nebo Baringo ko lagoik cho tugul chekayan koik NPR chekayan korib Mochongoi chekayan korib Mukutani ward chekayan korib Saimosoi chekayan korib Partabwa ward amu ward isecho angwan chesumbonechin security ko hakikishani ole kakilipan kila arawa.
Kongoi.
So kunoe prescription nenyune notinye ololioine kingen kele national government suppose ko tatuan shida juju bo insecurity ko akongen ole kitore shida inoe amu egu Arap Ruto president.
Kongoi. Haya Professor Segor.
Kongoi mising. Nebo tai ko amache
asam kityo Professor, amache asam ale kesishek gaigai ongikochi icheket boroindo nywa amu nguno ko kasarta nekitindoi konwach akemache kehakikishan kele kakimeken maximum use of our time. Professor Segor pole, karibu.
Bas, nebo tai amache amwochi biikab Baringo County. Yechakwanan local governor nebo Baringo County nebo tai ku oibu viongozi tugul chebo county meset aenge sikeng'alane ng'alek chebo security. Members of parliament, MCAs akoi village elders sikeng'alane ng'alek chebo security. Sikeng'olone lugha moja keng'olone ng'eten Baringo akoi Nairobi. So unity of purpose. Number oeng biik chekibare malikwach yekeskei chi kibar chi kume. Nebo oeng kechoren tuga
about having the direct
Oke
impact
development,
on the
infrastructure,
basic
pay of to
livelihoods
alaga.
of the people.
Ako
I believe
morese ko shinso to klasonet. Alagi na mi gina kumwa kupa payment no ba NPR officers. Is spot on. Kumagi no ba iman. Ako ke ko chipu salary. Siya kasi kunyor be ya chipo yang kataja la kwach. Masuk kina chi ya kasi no poch. So ko tana yolo governor. Ako tina allowance.
Professor, in that question, Professor, on your general you considering that this NPR came originating from national government. Olibanta na bichu NPR.
Masuk kina ko chi tapun dige. Ako guribin, ako matinya kitun chome. So last as a governor, ane ko tina allowances. Ako share mo, mi share niko bergen humanitarian grounds. Ichenye gitu the best way solution chubanga like abi go to legislation in counter assembly. We can moja kulo ready. Agelo ban pucho.
Kongoi missing.
Yes.
Kongoi missing. Ngaliondet ni kage ngalan akobo insecurity ko ngaliondet ne bichi missing akot ngot ko sikchi yegetar ikangetelelien for 1 minute silence en big chiki kebara akobo ngalechu bo ngoise en bororioni.
Okay.
Bororioshek Baringo ini kimite ko tofauti ya counties alak chechang amu kitinye bororioshek tofauti ako makchingei chitugul tinye magenyi chitugul tinye aspiration nenyine wele mache kotepto ngalega Pokot kumelen phenomena insecurity phenomena nebo amut kikotoi keny kokaitu British ako kekasile kekibar biik 167 en betunok chebo Pokot ako tokorirtos Pokot yekakoi raini amami chi nekitoret kito nemi atinye lolotunwek 4 chamache kesotenen problems chemito yuno kakongalan boisiechu ako kakomwa kole kimache keyat emet netai korok ko boisietab kasi nekichengei kalye ak chomie nekichengei ateptab kibagenge ko makisikchini koek biik chemi Kabarnet chetile kole kimache ketebi kouni kimache keba akoi bororiosiek. In fact County Government Act kokonech nafasi as a government nebo county ke devolven akoi villages asikesikchin kenam boisiek cheindochin bororiosiek choto asikomwoiwech kole kiteptoi ano. So ayoni ngalek chekamwa kole kimache kemutun tugul amu kandoinatetab county ko lazima koba kibagenge ak national government. So kimache ketech ak kewal security architecture nebo county nebo Baringo. Number 2 ko bananda eme ko ye bananda eme ko chenge biik akot wele kaamishe ako kamwaun alenjin border nenyone ko chang chumbek chetokotinye mbarenik cheechen akot en emoni bororiosiek tugul chebo Baringo komito community lands chekekoitoi ovyo ako kikokoito biik chekindoien tai amache keker kele kakiwekchi communities ak involvement communities ke investen en communities simakere tugukwak komondoi en Katimok forest kokere tugukwak komondoi en Lembus forest kokere Rubis komondoi anami koltan en yueyu imaili ile amu mi koltan en yu komatun kumawalaka yimakesakan sai kokerkeit ak Kongo. Paiman keyat emet paiman keibun mokornotet paiman keibun private investment kesakan factories en tiati chebo cement amu imugoksei kesakan solar panels en yuno amu imugoksei akeyai kasi ak national government amu atinye man ale kimuche keyai amu atinye experience nebo negotiation ak experience nebo katuiyetab biik.
Kongoi kaketar tebutiet netai en candidates chechoket tugul chekitindoi en tait nyo ako kunoto kemoche kebe swali nebo oeng komoche asom kityo ole kaikai onge nam pointishekuk kobwa within 45 seconds yo kole sikenyoru keityi maswali chechang akonyor akot kogo akot patiem nafas nebo kokas en kutit tuguk chotindoi chemoche nyoachi ichek. Tebutiet nebo oeng ki en kasarwek alak ko kitindoi food security district number 1 nenoto nguno ko Baringo County. Kimite pamba, kikiyoe akot irrigation, kisomane biik kitunguik ak tuguk cheterter. Kiyaak ne asikokoet ngalekab rubet nguno eng Baringo County nikakoek insecurity kora eng oret agenge anan ko age. Governor Cheboy, bataunen.
Kongoi missing Arab Tum. Ngalekab uchumi nebo koroni kokowalak. 70 anan emet neo en county nebo Baringo kongetege olimbo Tiati 3/4 of Baringo North 3/4 of Mogotio, 3/4 nebo en Mochongwe, kutegemeni kiagik eng maisha nengwan. Ko ngot ko maki-investen keger kele kakiripta ano kiagichu, kakibaita ano kiagichu, komatesetai uchumi nebo koroni. The emet nekang'etu ko kiketyem ketou value chains chebo tuguk chechang. Irrigation komache ketes. Kikitou achek irrigation projects eng ola tugul, small scale irrigation projects. Kokotesokis nguni ng'alekab kolsetab nyanyek ak tuguk chechang cheboisien beek chebo irrigation. Kemache kekimit ng'alechotok bo irrigation. Eng olimbo Ravine kemache ketes ng'alekab chego. Kikitou achek ng'alekab value addition nebo chego kong'etege kemi county. Ko kingamande ko kiaketou ng'alekab factory nebo chego. Ko bahati mbaya komatokotestai kong'etege amande. Ani karibu aweka senyatar atarji.
Kongoi.
Ng'alekab kiagik ko kiker kele value addition anan value chain nebo kiagik kobo maana zaidi. Kong'etege kewoito mbegu chekororon chebo tuga akoi mwisho keprocesen banyek ak kealda kwa bitonin ko ki ng'alek chekikipangan beshe kenye kimi serikali. Lakini tom koit yotok amu kiaketou slaughterhouses, ketou processing plants, lakini ko kingemande komatokotestai ng'alechotok. Ayani ale ngot aweke serikali koyoin kinyeketore ng'alechotok sikotestai.
Kongoi.
Kongoi mising.
Kongoi. Governor Kiptis, amache anyo inyendet amu inye neikwerie nguno, inye neimi steering. Ako kilya simatestai ng'alekab chego value addition chekikotoi governor netai Mheshimiwa Cheboy. Nebo oeng kalya slaughterhouse nebo Maoi nekikotonon ak kekose kele kinyor chepkondok, kinyor ne, kiibwotyin biik chechang Mheshimiwa Governor kole inyitore ng'alekab slaughterhouse ni ak keyai value addition nebo banyek kong'etege Baringo ak koba emotinwekab sang ak kosopcho biik. Kitestai ne?
Kongoi. Nangalale roror sikokas. Eng Baringo County eng kabwatet nyune ak kole kanyoru eng ngalekab somanet nebo biik che echen consultants yekwa konyoruan ko Baringo eng kenyisiek chebwonei komuche kobai Kenya mzima eng kenyisiek 5. Sababu kuni kitinye emet nekararan ochei nenyolchinigei sakan chakula cheyome biikab Baringo akoyam Kenya. Lakini sababu kuni projects tugul chekikipangan kenyisiek 10 kule tulin akoi sai kotom ketar. Amaya dam kotomo ketou, Radar dam kotomo ketou, damishek chu tugul kikepangan national government kotomo ketou. Ko chekikitou dam sicho keyo irrigation. Ache county ninyo sai ndakasinda kitinye 7 irrigation schemes chekikitou akotinye audit query nebo 230 million. Nakamwoi Mheshimiwa Kimarek kototinye kasi eng nyo. Lakini chekikitou acheke sai ko Baringo South kongosone ng'alekab irrigation. Both support nebo national government ak achek kitinye irrigation scheme nekile Bergera ni sai ku 2,700 hectares. Lakini nyolchine kotoretech kwe 12,000. So tom kunde biik rabisiek chekiyem eng ng'alekab irrigation scheme. Nebo oeng kemwa ng'alekab Maui. Alesina tekebun helicopter sikekere. Lazima kebun barabara ako kerun barabara. Maui ko mami rabia chekikinde. Kama Mheshimiwa kole kikito Maui lakini matinye shiling. Kaito ko kimi chikibo stimulus program chikibo national government. Okay, yoche 4.9 million. What did I do? Kiatoben ala mi my manifesto akumite CIDP. Kukawe kiseme nakalene tiliane nikipende kutangatanga. Kenyo robia. Kepambe robishek eng yune 98 million. Chekinyoru eng partners. Sai it is 97% done. In fact, kimpango nikibo tai kukibo small animals, kuarte akeche, lakini pa kewal. Wakiputan ko chita kasi because kiyema kosa. Ko sai yune kengen tamasta, kengen teta because aku karibu kaya yatara tabangwan.
Okay.
Asome Mheshimiwa Nekibo tai kunyore taman kuker ole bune ngalecho.
Ay kongoi.
Ngalekab chego. Ngalekab chego ko ngalekab chego milk plant is worth over 140 million. Lakini kinte government kibo tai million sokol ak matukot million taman. Agemeche kini bo 140 million. Ago kikimeche keba askirine wakulima ke shares. Ago momi rabishek, motinye wakulima rabishek. For all those period, what did I do? I was some rabishek. As we speak, kikikwa ke improve the infrastructure. Ago nimita Universe Society. Kiketar ke tiche kupek kibisto kumita linton. Kikwa ke rabishek agechin contract ambia. Ke wano kibata yomo ka agawuni ke amishe to kula kwiri kala. Aga ketar. Sai.
Ora jameni.
Enga sare amwai sai. Kubunu masini shek chupa Denmark. Me ICs.
Okay.
By end of April, ko oku kage ko senior pamkos. Amache kitekini age pangonji kage tot kende ke lebelan jego kuren ilo. Baringo milik alen tom kura.
Kongoi.
Sawa
Sawa kongoi.
Kage tat na ina.
Kago ni ngite
So
extra time.
wakulima masiwa furahini. Amone kasiki kasi.
Kongoi. Kago ni ngite extra time amu ketinye maswala wakati bene jito. Mheshimiwa Lesonet.
Bas, kongoi missing Kass FM. Aboti wale swali ni mocha walugo kaimwa food security. Kaingalane ngalega food security. Yani amitwogik amacha walugo uni. Yani kaitebi ile amune kimotindoi biikab Baringo robinik elole. Amu yo itinye robinik imuchi al bandek, imuchi al chego, imuchi al chakula. Kono ni kwa mwale tage kuna nafasi ya governor nebo Baringo. Ko kila kenyi authority wakulima 2,000 konyor age tugul eka aeng chebo avocado, manda ko macadamia, manda ko maembe, sikobochin kenyi nebo somok kotinye robinik elolenye. Tage konon aiku nafasi aiku governor nebo Baringo nebo somok. Authority wakulima 4,000 kila kenyi kebolchin age tugul chepterwa nenyin enga waterpan chikomwochi kole biik alak moimukoksei. Tage kona nafasi aiku governor nebo somok nebo Baringo a distribute ni moingonik 20,000 eng kenyi aboisi robinik siling million 100. Tage kona nafasi aiku governor nebo Baringo sikonyor biik robinik elole kewale kiagik tuga chemi Baringo. Kiagik kishan kele kokikoite sidewalls kikochi biik chetukutindoi tuga chemengech konyor saiwal eng kenyit nebo somok kokakoetu teta konyor robinik chechang eng tanyai. Ketile nane tuwer sait ko kakongalan bichu chechang ochei.
Aya tarata.
Nebo mwisho ko kamwaun alenjin en Baringo County kila kenyi ketinye lagoik 6,000 aki chingiyai mitihani nebo form 4 konyor makishekab B+ and below. Hakikishani ale toe ku governor ko lagoik 4,500 kila mwaka lazima wapate maarifa ya mkono yake. Sikonyor tongilo engano lole. Period, that's my story.
Aya. Amaje amuka kitinya former governor kele kikion contractor nekiteksei ako uni kiyamishe ak chi. Amaje kityo akoni sakandishek 15 tos kiu noto mwangalyo. Okaji mheshimiwa governor Cheboy. Amuka kitinye eng oret nema
Kenyo kuon contractor amune ngoti wal contractors kokonu delay. Suppose ke kele kama kai correcten contractor nimiyota undio si gere ka wote bio ngete ke 2017 wo 2022. Yani ngot ko may supervising projects chiga gageto iwal koy ko garama zaidi.
Okay.
Agora wini jota mwa ene kole inteni ko kigone chache county amu because of good fiscal discipline. Ogo tema mao iko nota ura.
Lakini mawam kes magima aba sawa.
Yani nda
kanata ni kapaje.
Gas igere ukora nimito. Kali kam ngoroji tabi ACC ne kako.
Ai sawa. Gebe CPA koech. Sawa governor. That was just a response. Iet ko kinyi kidogo. Aya.
Ngalekab food security ko kit nebo maana ochei amu eng kenyisiek chekimi komamagat koame biikab Baringo rubet. So kit nemoche amwa ko eng ngalekab kabotishet kikebisto kabotik makotoreti serikali. Momitei ngalekab extension services. Sai komi barak beitab mbolea. Makikochine subsidy. ko mpango notinye wakulima chebo Baringo kotegemeani ropta sikobotis. Yewo ropta komamito kesutik. So awendi ayoe tuguk chemongering. Netai amache kekochi kobotik subsidy nebo farm inputs. Asikobit kokol bandek, kokol viazi, kokol tuguk chemokyinigei. Kimoche kora ke improven breeds chebo tuga, chebo nego, chebo kechirek sikenyorun high production en ngalekab farming. Kimoche kora kesom rabishek, kenyoru rabishek chebo irrigation. Irrigation nekiyoe wakati en county government ko rabishek ko ngering. Kimoche keyai ke reviven irrigation nebo Perkera ak ketou irrigation en Kerio Valley, ketou keboisien irrigation asike kenyorun amitwogik.
Kongoi.
Nebo mwisho kamache amwa akobo rabishek chekamwa governor kole kiwo kosomoto. Ane ko kiatelelchini department nebo finance ako kikiwinen 183 million kosubkei ak ribetab rabishek. So kikonech World Bank 183 million akobo boisiet nekikiyai. Ko rabishek choy chemwoe governor kole kiwo kosomoto masom kiakoitu.
Kongoi. Ay amache keweke Professor ngebe Professor Fred Segor. Asikebwa inye chalagat.
Konome sigor imwa kora akine amu ki en kasar ko ki permanent secretary intelligence kebeberta nebo eretab biik en emet komugul.
Okay, ongikochi nafas.
Kongoi missing. Nebo tai ko yematech biik chakula chomei ko aibu amo yemeya biik akobo roba ko aibu am the county. So asome biikab Baringo kona nafas. Kita nebo tai noyoe ko asome rabishek in consultation ak national government keton projects chekakeplanen kwa wizara ya maji. Nebo tai kuradat dam nomi radat. Nebo oeng ko Berekei nemi Baringo North ake ko Oke dam nemito Tengesio ak nebo mwisho Amaya dam nemito Tiati. Projects chotugul kake planen kwa wizara, kake feasibility study, kake design, kake job tender documents. Kita nyolu kita kuno kita ngatu kuke change kita finance, ake review and design, ake tote project. Ora enge nekita shinei ngalega pay sige position of irrigation. Perkera irrigation scheme, the current one kuboishe sai kita 1950s. So kita nakijam gaya kityo kwa wizara ya maji ni rehabilitate.
Okay.
Ni rehabilitate. But long-term solution ku ke ensure ngela kita plant projects.
Okay.
Ako ye design government policy. You have to design projects korog aki job ogulok ready aki change financer. Namboing
PS. Kimi minister nebo eretab biik.
Yes.
Kiitinye kasarta iyai tuguchoto.
Ara monomoun long-term projects, infrastructure projects. Lazima kaya grok design, kaya feasibility, kaya design, kaya prepare tender documents. Ako tunggu ni Twake Dam, nakiteje kuno almost complete, kaya design in 1980s. So kaya implemented after 35 years. So ako tamache projects yung Baringo, anengo go wizara ya maji. Okay, rela mo mi design about these projects. Acheng chep kondo over 200 million, kaya design all those 4 projects. So kaya look ready. Come July. Ye cham kukonan pika Baringo nafasa logo governor. First projects jo was national government ku these projects sekitar kapasanga lega penja ngalega roba eng Baringo county akenyor food production.
Kongoi.
Nuba mwisho so toroti.
Second district tamanang mut.
Yes, nuba mwisho ko yo tokol tege cha big projects ku lazima ke chop taproshek yo mingech tayari wakati nilikuwa PS eng wizara ya irrigation ke chop zaidi ya 1,500 en Baringo. Kake chop already, kake position wakulima. So, among budget na county government, kumeche kite kwa kaya test. Anyo test kuchangit. Yo tokol kaya position be cho kaya kola mitwog.
Kongoi.
Yo tokol kisube big projects kaya kwa kaya tarangalega food security am county nyono Baringo.
Kongoi Prof. Okay, asame kora legata ke kenwagi time so onyor wala maswali jajang bwana Chelagat.
As kongoi.
katangeng'oloni nguni kumwawech choronok cho bwana Chepoi na Kiptis kole kitinye strategic plans chekitinye in place chimara kakosan kityo funding chipo saishek chenwoken ak betushek chekoi in terms of value addition, in terms ke impression chukukure new technologies amu kapchi ak emet nimemuchi kopai biik chich kunyalelat. Kwa hivyo yoanyo ngot ko mami koborwech amu serikali komakini tononi siyero kinyo itestai. Koyoe ne bichu betushechu tugul siyero ko tuguchu kimwoe koe kotinton kenyini ak kenyino ak kenyino kele meche keyai ni. Kimeche kiborun tuguk. Kwa mfano yeking'oloni nguni komito biik chuchure ketik ako meche kobai tuga 10 ako len kimprove quality of cows. Sai kuribe chito teta kule kusop kityo melenot kutukukochi chego. Kemeche extension officers chebo agriculture. Chengetu kuteben office akobo kotishek akorwai. Kata ineti wakulima chichoche. Ngebe ku komostab chego chumwawech bwana Chepoi kule kokimprove chego eng Ravine. Ye improve ninye chego komi chitab soi ninyalili mairot kot chego lakini ribe teta komame. Kemeche kenet chicho kelenjin bakach teta ak inam nego akot chebo kisasa chokuren token bags Kenyan Alpine chikonu 3 liters per day. Kiyekitilchi kot ketit agenge kokonu chego. Kekol logoek chikonu ketik chikonu logoek. Chikyoldoi paman paia kokonu rabinik ing kampani olin ole kiowe. Kumito mo company tinye ketik 150 making between 5 and 7 million per year. With simple technology kenyoru beek tutikin. Kwa hivyo makimeche keng'alan en theory kenyino yonyo kumambo ya theory we will turn it into practice.
Kongoi kabisa. Okay. Sialo Kemering. Okay.
Tosha.
Sialo Kemering.
Kongoi.
Ongegoji nafasi.
Ongegoji nafasi tafadhali.
Tafadhali. Ongetisha.
Kongoi missing. Kaketep ngalekab food security akwamune eng tai kikisoso eng amitwogik ak en bandab tai nebo maendeleo. Ko amu netai siamwoe ngalek ko amu chito nekimi eng kandoinatet kumelen ki chito nekinyokolenjech atinye robishek, ki chito nekikichakwan acheke kokakicham, ki chito nekikakicham amu kichome biik, kichome bororioshechu ko kimandagei inendet kimoi asikomeken sure kole kakisopche bichu bo koroni. Ko lakini makikonyiti biik chemakonyiti biikwak chekitelelio eng tai. So kito namache asom korok, amache asom biik chebo Baringo chekikomanda cheu Kiprono Kitony, cheu Gideon, cheu Paul Chemng'orem ak mokorek alak tugul chebo Taheri kotut chekitinye kowekis kaa kenamgei asikesikyin kesoten this problem. Namba agenge wele kisotendoi problem ini ko kamwaun alenjin ngalekab chepkondok chebunu Nairobi sikeyondoi Chepoi ak keyondoi Kiptis kwamu aboi ng'ering robishek. Mamache ane keberberge 4.2, 4.5, 4.8 billion ko ng'ering robishek. Amache kechuchuch robishek chabendi bankable projects. Ketau Baringo Wealth and Enterprise Fund. Asikesikyin ketau other investee companies cheu manufacturing ak chukakimwoe. Ke partneren ak national government. Ako masikchini kebe kouni ak kemande because mwoe chumbinde kole we either innovate or die.
Okay.
Lazima kengalan ak national government kocheru morik en katitab county government asikosikyi kechaktaen ngalecha kamwoe professor kole kikechop designs ak alak ko ngot kekany national government kotekeni 5 years to 10 years kimache kesom national government kokonech free hand ako based on my experience kuikamwawok biikab Baringo chachomok missing ko amache aibu the power of private sector amu mito kito nekikoyonwech Central Bank of Kenya kole counties chechobotin ku Laikipia kioger ole kikikochi the right to move and create an enterprise maunoyo kwege amache okono nafasi anyotau that Baringo investment asikesom central government kotiokwech designs chekikochop kumat kekany national government funding
Kongoi Kemering.
but keboishen public private partnership ak keboishen private capital ketech en araga kemandaen biik 50% chemi bananda 20% aboy chebo bichu roini yimakiyai mchango komi chito nemi sipitali.
Aya, kongoi kabisa kemwa komie. Chitab college kochullegere Kass TV nguno kimiten nganaset nebo Kenya School of Government eng taonit nebo Kabarnet eng debate netai nekakibun ko ki Kass TV kimnatet na chitab college kiguren Alex Tum kimi kora ak tupchenyu
Tom Chepsoi.
Ako kitesetai kounoto kemwa Kemering ile ngering chepkondok chebwone Baringo County. Lakini tindoi neregek bichu ak biik alak chekero eng gaa
amu kiwekto chepkondok kila roll over koba ano kowek national government. Ngot ko tutikin kolya mo boisie ochokyi kobek choto siketeswok. Mheshimiwa Lesonet ngataunen. Shida komnyano.
Kaka ko walu Lesonet ngalecha. It is a capacity problem.
Okay.
Number oeng ko vision nebo kandoik.
So ngeit kele kataunen sawa, ha, testai.
Vision nebo kandoik. Simemuchi konai kole budget ndai ano and what is the strategic plan for doing the projects and budgeting. Projects tugul tomo keyai full development into the villages. Sigana kele mache ne ahead of time. Si aitu robishek spendeni. Aya, another thing aboy ingalekab wektaetab robishek ko ngalek chekimito chebo corruption. Ako kimakiyochi kasi en CDAPI. Kanya mwaun raini and the two governors ko en document about CIDP ko maamua communities chemi Baringo amu iwe kole tage mwa kugego mukabila lakini mesikchini ndochi biik chi maitchi mesikchini ndochi biik chi maingolonji mesikchini ndochi communities ak villages aget chi maongolonji akona yole nene meche keyai kai gasinye ile mamita mashinishek chemi sipitali anju daktarishek magi encourage mageliban komye matinye wele menye agileni nye changro bish ngarin robishek masiketishi robishek
sawa kongot ko ere rabini jata Mheshimiwa Lesonet ne koimutye ne konu sikiwekta chepkondok kila kowek national government ako mache bi raia ichu keboisie rabinik choto kotok boisionik chekakiyai kakalen akeringen ngalekab rabinik so mwaiwecho
iman ongen ochei ngalekab rabinik
okay
ko ako kamache awaluguni sinai ilongeni in county nebo Baringo rabinik chekiwektoi komakiboisie ko chebo development lakini rabinik chokibunote chebo bonwek ako chomache saiwet otenit
ngoyam
ako chomache saiwet
yes
komakiwektoi akot wakati ya corona covid wakati ya corona welikile biik makitinye nafasi ki covid eme makinyoru nafasi keboisie rabinik choebo development ko kinyor nafasi koboisie choe po bonwek ami yu ale shida noibo rollover in Baringo ko biik kityo chemamach koyai kasi ak personal interest chemito projects chealen kimache ketech kikilokoitin tenda kele ngoja amu tochenge contractor fulani konyo koyai kasi nieni ami yue yu alenjin takokonon biikab Baringo nafasi oiku governor kimami ropia nekewektoi kwa Nairobi amu ngotko kerichek ale kerichek kimanyoni chito kongete Ravine daktari kulen Kabarnet olo kerichek kimekeni the medical superintendent nende Ravine kwa accounting officer ko deal direct akemsa mwenyewe akolipan kerichek chik direct koine
okay
kibwoni okoten ngalekab roads kebigeistoi roads ake create an entity nekerga kera nebo county nekikoini robinik chwake koyai oratinwek chwake ichegei koyai tenda ichegei ne akot yakoikoi robinik ko kai accountant mailin to komi nafasi kele ngewekta koba ano kewekta koba Nairobi ko noe transformative ideas chekitinye kebikeboisien en Baringo County.
Kongoi Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa, the sitting governor, it's only fair. About the fair. Agone boroindo akinye kale iwete ana iljon.
Asante Tum. Mheshimiwa Lesonet. Akajek tokol momi rabisiek chekiwektoi. Mi kityo rabisiek chetom kelipan constructor. Netom kotar the building.
Waga kongwe microphone na kidogo. Microphone onge sawa. Sawa.
Ngori kityo. Momi rabia chekiwektoi. Eng sai tai gereng yu ko from 2015 atinye record eng yu. Rabisiek chekure rollover which is cash transfer. Chumagilipan contractors from 2014 or 2021 ko atinye record. Ki 66% in 2015. 2020, 2015, 16, 70%. 2016, 17, 64. 2017, 18, who all work 55. Payait and 2018, 19, was 60. Because of introduction of IFMIS. Now, 2019, 2020, who all 40%. Kuwa 2021, 33%. As we speak, Rabbi Shaki Tom Galaban contractor. Amma malipani contractor kumatar gas. Ko 1.3 billion. Cheba project mi Baringo. Chitom ge golenje national government through COB Koleban, which is 1.3 billion. Kimwachi taga mkoma staga oki chumobili.
Riki microphone.
Kimwachi taga chumobili okokumira nesa. Kola ongete 2013 to date ko Rabishek kikiwekta ku 9 billion. Unigi mistaken because Rabishek told the guy Leban contractors ngete 2013 or 2021 ku 9.2 billion. Kinyorusu nga tayeng Baringo 6 rani ku 6.3 lakini wekta let ku 5.2. Kogi silang atachipa project tom gesir 1.6 billion per annum. Rabishek told chapa development. So yegi puati yela silang ata ku 1.6 tune alak 3.4 ko bangala gabre karen. Chigia to 2017 kikisar bi kunye uloy to maser ko sai. Ko kibar karen 3.4. So ot ke mo sai ge ngololi ko ka cham jigmering. That's why Ruto Rabishek told jiba karibu flagship project, ti flagship. Chu jiba karibu sai na bas betaleng nyu. The Sajiko block Miju, Namatokunan, Sion the Guinea, Kibisto and Jeboy, Matokunan, Rabishagicha, Kogi in 98 million. Sajiko block, Kualaku Gitu, Kigak, Waynet, was in Gurene, Marakwet, no, West Pokot. So Enkasari Sai, Moabi, Chichangul, any rollover. Could roll over you, could cash transfer. Kinama Rabishak towards the end of June. Expert Lianic, Lessonet, Akoech. Eligible account. So ingangula kinam Rabishak kerat Rabishak kibatat building so magi kisaran gente project okay. Kijoy jiguren cash transfer.
Okay.
Agumi count is told angana 41 billion.
Okay.
Kinga jitiana in como sue kicho. Keyon the chop kibarja keyo un 800. Kibarja dilani ba keyo. Amone what he did give to Caesar what belong to Caesar.
Okay.
Ako go number 1 in Kenya. What he did Koki soup ku imprison if miss kumage to acheka second time.
Sawa.
So that's why they are ahead. Okay, me choko taserwe na kunyo direct.
Aya go. Aya.
Go esio.
Sawa.
Akakata.
Okay. Amaje kigoji Governor Cheboy amu. Okay. Amaje kigoji Governor Cheboy amu kale Governor Kiptis asio lipani je jang Ravine ke jang recurrent expenditure. Kukale kingo ite county kisir bi ko nyolo so Governor Cheboy na meota
Kongo missing Arab tum kale gigi check chi bi kale kaiser
okay onge goje nafas
ne bayman ko in 2013 the functions of the county government go include any ECD. Keser ketej kori gap la gap ECD. Ageser koni ti gap ECD. Ki serikali nigiba national government ko gimita civic authorities. Kimi county council ne ba Ravine ne ba Batek ak town council ne ba Ravine. County council nebo Kabarnet, town council nebo county council nebo Baringo, town council nebo Kabarnet. Sharia after taking over, kogi mini wuren transition authority. Niki mwa eng sharia gele all employees chibo county councils were supposed to be inherited by county government. That's law. So the only employees chigitas go the ECD teachers at those technical areas, go hospitality and the rest. It is not just employment for nothing. Amamito chita nigisire sonyo wote buboch enga.
Okay.
Agonda unotag ko gitom gesir ajek jiba sharia. Maybe the highest. This is the same in all counties. Magisir jiba sharia jiba and wage bill at that time. So I want to dispel ngalejore kumwegele kietu wage bill. Wage bill ko a percentage of the amount of the money that you are paying kulingana na rabinek to jiginyoru. Ko at that time ko rabinek jiginyoru ko 3 billion 3.4 billion 4 billion maximum kingering. So as the salary as the money comes, capitation increases, the wage bill goes down. So we were within the law by the time we were leaving. That is Kenya lesson. But I want to also clarify
Secondishek tamanamut chekakoni.
Ngalekab rollover, there is a mitiginetke meet a commitment of funds. Go to I got the contracts between before June. I take so I got my 60 big with June. Commit to commitment of the funds to suppose to budget. Mamira bin rolling over, Kusir Chagaya committed the current committed funds. So you move to the next financial year so that see clear and rabbinic Chiba. That I want to agree with most of these people go to getting experience when they get 30 years in that business of management of
Kongoi kabisa. Koech amaje si tare ngogoji chelagat korog ngyo amaje si summarize ani nyendet chelagat.
Support gumiro lova anangu mamita kumagitinye data to proof. Lakini ngoliot ne mita kumita ki ninamagay agro lova. Koeker kenyi akumita contractors chitom kelepan rabinik 1.2 billion chikamwa ngotenyin. Ketebe kele kiyoe ne siero kebe kekerchi rabinikab contractors 1.2 billion okoi kube kenyi. Amu lazima keyai kasisiek within the time frame nekikipangan kulingana na procurement plan au strategic plans chebo the county government. Kwa hivyo iboru kule otesoni contractors ing Baringo molipani kwa wakati unaofaa.
Aya.
Amu ngerolen roba rabinik ing arawetab lo kumakilipani bichu akoi tun arawetab sokol au kiibik loan ing benki lipanen interest. Kwa hivyo iboru kule mapanganotin bichira chungasisiek mimi yonyo anendet mwenyewe apangani kulingana amaitu ngalecho kinoktoi.
Kongoi. Amaje akochi Professor kitinye nguno dakikaishek 15 kityo kongete akamache amwochi kora aspirants chechok alechi ongekwake jakte kelechi kole sitonyoru nafas kidogo kinye dakikaishek 15 ichekei akasome ale uyie ongekuwa tulivu angen ale kaong'etye lakini tafadhali ongekuwa tulivu. Professor Sekor kiboisie serikali kwa muda kikobois eng serikali ko PS Chief Accounting Officer nebo Ministry chechang mwaiwe ng'alyono ne rollover. Okay.
Microphone kikwo sait ochei kitinye dakikaishek 20 ako tokomito ngalekab koekab aisuruk. Tafadhali.
Bas, kongoi missing. Ngot ketebenane swali akobo ngalekab Baringo County ku implementation of the budget. Mahali penye iko shida ku implementation of the budget. Kindono ya budget lakini me implement the correct way. June kwa mfano mwezi wa 6 kila mwaka kutomga tar financial year tarak ngeto officers chupa departments tokol tarak wen shwangala mi procurement plan ready mi ta work plan ready ak projects chupa ta subsequent year kinyini kiyai. So shida nyoche shida nebo kandoik ak leadership nebo Baringo County ku tebisot ko last minute yekla July tomga choran ko procurement plan tomga chop work plan tomga chop chu. So by December, momi project nagenda na tenda ndio tunapata hiyo atumalize projects. So manyoru puchu capacity. Manyoru governors, the first governor, second governor of Baringo, manyoru proper capacity to manage projects. And I can tell you for free. Ben, we go to loans, some higher education loans, but momi project no bachini ku tononje. Kiptis our second governor, kumomi gini ku tononje. And projects kutomge go chuongozi no governor. So kijangu ya ipichi case work. So amacho asombi ka Baringo. Sawa. Amacho asombi ka Baringo. Kasi ne koyane kenyisiek sogol ko implementen projects pa serikali.
Kongoi prof.
So yonyo Baringo ngaleja roll over ribishek ni moboishenji and then by the end of financial year absorption go close to 100%.
Okay.
So roll over.
Kongoi
so this mwisho please.
Yes. Okay.
Between July and December in this financial year, absorption rate in the Baringo County was 3.1% of development under the leadership of this. 3.1%. 3 of control of budget producing reports every after 3 months. Between June and December, absorption rate in the development and Baringo County ko 3.1%.
Okay, kongoi Prof.
So ye 3.1% momi kasi nikiyaga.
Aya.
Niba mwisho.
Oh yeah.
Niba mwisho na correcten bwana Kiptis. Ako meche ke motichi sukul. Ngalekap procurement, ngalekap consumption chapa funds ke ko mitenay. Ye ko ita tender, ye ko ita tender. The moment you award, ke chorom IFMI system, it is already absorbed. Kake boishen, kake komiten.
Kongoi neo.
So ye tomo komiten, kumomi kasi na kiyay.
Sawa
So
sawa.
amache asom, amagotanen Kiptis nguni kumi office, mache ke trainen peak officers. Wache watu wailimike. Kenet procedures kiyoy kasi. Wane amache asom pika Baringo. Niba mwisho kabisa. Amache asom pika Baringo.
Time tafadhali. Time bwana Koech.
Ngaten.
Time bwana Koech. Tegebe revenue. Tom gebe revenue alafu
Yes.
sasa ndio. Karibu kibek time Professor will come back to you.
Sigeweke
Bwana Koech.
Sigeweke Koech, CPA Koech.
Kongoi mising any taunegi nakamwa professor. Inget professor ile kotelelchine national government ministry ko kinakamwa ko apply in national government ministry in county commitment ko mele ngakelipan. Lakini komoche amwa kuni rollover chebo Baringo last financial year ko 2.3 billion. Kamwa professor kamwa governor kole 1.2 billion. Kirani bo rollover ko kiy nekikuren laziness. Kiy nekikuren conflict of interest. Tuguk chemoche ketar. Kit nemoche amwa ko yemakilipan robishek ko kakidinaen contractors economic ability. Kakinyimanech kikuren economic sabotage. Amu robishek che makilipan ko kakidinaen this economy robishek che teno choto. Komoche ane ko kiyayai boisiet government konamegei ngweny. Ane neingen systems tugul chebo county government. Ako amoche anyayai boisiet as simplifying procurement, ke rolling down IFMIs to sub-counties. Kimoche kot projects alak komabun IFMIs, kimoche keboisien labor-based contracts, kou chabo CDF, kou chabo CDF, kechop policy nekikoito robishek koba project management committees. Lakini ngotore kabisa, anyotese robishekab development to 40%, sikesikyin kenyorun boishonik koyokise mashinani. Atese robishek chebo ward koek 50 million and atese by 100%. Amu masikyinei keboishe robishek chechang en recurrent, akeboishe robishek chechang en bonwek, akeboishe robishek chechang en mushara, ako makiyai development nekonye Wanjiku, nekonye Tabrandich. Kongoi mising.
Aya, amache asomas nguno ale kosubkei ak time nekitindoi nematya dakikaishek 12 kityo chemite. Amache ateb swali ako aspirant age tugul iboishe sekanishek 30 kejakte kelechi kole sikemuch kotekelianye kotekenyoru maswali chebo raia chu. So amache ateb swali nerube ak amache koboishote chi tugul discipline nebo 30 seconds. Abwoti ale kingen tugul ele kotke kunoto kimuchi kelia kenyoru nafas nebo maswali chechang. So far so good. Ora bo kike agenge. Ngalekab tililindo ko biji ochei eng Baringo County. Mwaat kele otinye wagonjwa chebendi kong'ete kebeberita ni kobendi Nakuru, akobendi Ten, akobendi MTRH anan ko Uasin Gishu kocheng'e konyoiset. Angen ole swali no kotebes ochei ako lakini kamache amwa kityo ale mnyono tabu ako kerichot kone ngotaunen mheshimiwa Kiptis amu kakatamwa chi kora kole mekemutin sukul sinyoru nafasi.
Kiawe sukul, kiawe management koyam. Now, lakini komeche kemwochi keman eng ngalechu. Mi ngalek alak chemo iman. Mheshimiwa Koech ko ki chito nekinomu rabisiek kune neliponi. So meche saishek alak mo iman. Melen ngalal kityo amu meche meche kemwa iman. Amu akot fuliza chekilipan achek machang uche. 1 billion fuliza. Ako kiteptano noe project nebo milioni 2. At the end of it all, kelipan milioni 10. At nije records kupik, lakini kialipan. Aya nebo oeng, ngalekab cash transfer kumelen pending bill. Pending bill ko rabisiek chekiyoche chiyokse contractor. So pending bill kikelipan, kialipu number 1, 0 pending bill in 2020.
Yeah,
so meche kemwochi nge ukweli. Cash transfer ko contractor simite yu ko chingen kunguni social hall no kiasakansa irrigation center engyo social hall nakai kutinye rabisiek chi ngete 2015 kikuren HY kikuren contractor nitom kelipan and the project nitom ketar sikelipan. So ngemwa man.
Okay.
So pending bill a cash transfer is different.
Sawa.
Nane aya kamwa professor ngalekab immis akaperpere kule meche keba sukul keba biik choche kiaser sukul amo kiaser biik kiba sukul eng CC atinye 5 doctors kiba sukul. I'm the only governor netinye CEOs somok chi PhD, the only governor in Kenya. Kitinye governor sa ki professor lakini ma ser doctor uni kiiwe internet competition. So kiaser sukul because maane no kiyo through others. If miss kuna baka national government makarika ak ninyo. In fact national government mo poison immis. Immis ko oil lepan. Imagine, oil lipan kupeke, oil lipan the contractor. Okay, lipan COB Nairobi. So go to one lagi lipan kisto. Lagi million ko kage go ito contract, ko karge tak CDF. CDF ko ito yung sukul, rabisek, ko go jini sukul. Ako ra kunoy. Onto tayo sukul tara kang wanta ko mutu. Kunoy. Ay nge bang alaga pafia.
Ay kongo amaji tinya afya nyo na.
Oh, kami ngale chupa labor based. Labor based kaswa. Labor based shida nikitinyo kutsai. Kugi papi chuku unta labor based in 2014, 2015, 2016. Ako project kichoy kiwaga simiti kuiba ngasia kuiba koita ma tige butu alak contractor ma egi so kitnye chucho en Baringo ingen bichwe te bitso ting jusai ale jabale mabis.
Okay.
Ange bang ale ka afya
ya ga maje
en afya yi
second shek sasam
anyamwa nyole kala afya kigin daro bisek chi changa ale ka afya en gasari sai pi kigi kuoni ka bartonjo ku kuoni ka barnet ki bangun because of ne kige improve ka bartonjo oge tienso to imbet ale mayro to bichu TV amuna kige improve jamalingot kutoke telemedicine cha mwa meshimwa jeboy kigin the telemedicine na kasudi anji ton misang nigla gmereng oy sai enyu no la kwen bagin jagenge ogin tipte mayenga en ko rotu tokol jebar faro linga bar net kwano chakato bendem tiare ke mutu ba gurene chamalingo kiginyoru specialist kora kome chamwa kuni eng mogotio ak marigat kige improve infrastructure. Okay. So kige improve infrastructure kora kige motivation ne ba waka siba Baringo kige yakupek kungeta enforcement officer ako daktari kigi ya genyina age celebrate to so kigi motivation kita nglokani ku personnel magitnya na personnel en Kabarnet yu kiaser so-called specialist Ravine 6 specialist chigi mami.
Okay.
So amacha amwala give me the right track talk ni gay kagi sangela kigi tore
excellency
so
iyanwe ketu
kibo mwisho kungalega drugs kirchek kumingon because mago mitero bisak chikiyam that's why I appeal to MCS Kita suara bisa geng ne coba gercek.
Okay. Citap kala jeng gotolo lege de Kas TV. Kimeja ke kamunget setagawe geng saya kemita ya. Una tago aspirants togol. Jago mau nyoru nafas obwa eng tetutia tanan eng tebutiat ne kabo telilindo nyoru nafas. Kau kita unek mana amumi ngejari tengguno. Aku amaja ura bawa cike kongko missing amu kasi negararan. Been a very good audience. Kikuren Alex Tum ke miak tum chenyu Thomas Chepsoy. Giwekta soyet kitikin ku Nairobi setagawe geng saya kemita.
Zuru Baringo is a virtual tour to Baringo. Baringo is a virtual tour to Baringo County, the land of 1,000 scenic views. This segment is brought to you by the Lake Bogoria Group of Hotels, led by the Lake Bogoria Spa and Resort in Marigat, and the Rift Valley Hills Resort in Kabarnet, Baringo County. Karibu Baringo. Zuru Baringo is a virtual tour to Baringo County, the land of 1,000 scenic views.
National government has given them some NPRs, has registered, has allowed them to NPRs to operate in that particular, those 4 wards. Yes, I will come in to support by making sure that these NPRs get some cash transfer, that they get some stipend, so that they can be more motivated to protect their turf.
Okay.
The third issue is the topic on development and specifically water. People are in Kericho, because in the entire Baringo now, if your animals, you have 500 goats, the only place you can get water is Kericho River. You'll have to go to Kericho. Everyone must go to Kericho, whether there's insecurity, whatever the levels of insecurity.
Right.
If you're in Marakwet, you must come to Kericho. If you're in Baringo, you must go to Kericho. I must make sure that people don't go to Kericho by making sure that, like I said earlier, we shall do 4,000 water plants in Baringo per year. On the other part of Tiati, people have huge numbers of animals, goats and sheep and cows. They must go to Arabal because, again, water. I'm sure when we make sure that there are a lot of incentives for people to be permanently settled. Once you do your water plan, you don't need to travel again. You know that's your water, you know that's your home, you know that's where you live. And then finally, the last issue again is to make sure that the communities in Tiati, we must give them title deeds so that you are in an individual land. Unafunga shamba yako. You are in your farm. You take care of your farm. You protect your grass. So those are my 4 strategies to make sure that this issue of insecurity is sorted out in Baringo.
All right. Governor?
Thank you. Let me start with what have we done. As a county, we have done, as Mheshimiwa Lesonet has just concluded, Churo, in the next 2 months or 3, they will be the first locals in Tiati to get titles. So we have demarcated the entire Churo ward, almost 800 square kilometers, using the new technology, and they appreciate it. That is the way to go. We are also doing Baringo South, all the way to where there are a bit of conflict. That's what we have done, and we shall continue ensuring that budgetary aspect has been considered, especially in land. Number 2, how I wish to call upon the national government, because secondary school and primary schools, basic education is a function of the national government. Let them put affirmative action, such that they work with because they have council of elders within themselves. They have a very good way, a system of interacting. So I wish that every age school child must be in school. If you are 5 years, 6 years and above, let a mechanism be put in place such that they all go, because this is about mindset. It's about changing the mind. So that is what will bring also sustainable peace. While they are in school, borrowing from him is that we have also requested the national government to do boarding facilities, right from ECD to Form 4. Let's have a number of those. They've done one in Amaya, which actually incorporates the Samburus, those in Laikipia and those in Tiati, school, which is called School for Peace. So let's have a number of these institutions. And then feeding program. We had no feeding program before, but we started this year.
Okay.
So feeding program that will encourage learners to be in school, because we are talking about food insecurity there. They're food insecure. So if we put feeding program to all institutions, especially ECDs and the primary schools, then learning will be perfected. Another thing is something that I not mentioned, and it has been in my mind, that let us encourage insurance. Why don't we encourage our people to insure their livestock? Yeah, that will actually bring about, this compensation is a huge factor that is debatable.
Okay.
So I wish that we come up with an insurance such that will address this. And then there's also this other very important thing.
That's your final
Baringo
point.
North, Baringo South, and Tiate, those areas, the issue of economic development has been slow. So I wish that we put development. Development is in the aspect of water, in the aspect of road infrastructure. We have given security roads to the national government. Let them support us, give us the money, and support us in this aspect. We have started this new program of purchasing machines. Now Ravine has gotten right. We are now getting for Baringo South. Sooner or later, I would call upon Tiati to impress purchasing machine for both the road infrastructure and also for water bans, because those cavities will help us in coming up with what, so that they may diversify their economic activities, not only about cows, but let's also embrace agriculture and other forms of activities.
Okay.
Sooner or later, I want also to present this, that that opening of the road of Loruk all the way to Parapelo, to Marriage Pass, that area is now will actually be opened up because of opening up, and then the LAPSET will open Tiati. So I want to actually appreciate the national government for coming up with that program that will address the issue of economic development in that region. Thank you very much.
Boy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smart. I want to be a bit different. I have some experience in the issue of insecurity in this region. And we made reasonable steps during the time that I was governor. Let us not look at Tiati as if it is a place where people have not gone to school. And I want to acknowledge what is happening there. The current MP and the previous MP have invested heavily in school development. That is a fact. We also invested heavily when we were in government on opening up of ECD centers in almost every school. Now all children who are born are going to ECD schools, and they are proceeding to primary school. What I can tell you about this thing called insecurity, sometimes it is bigger than we think. Let us be honest. If you go to Tiate, there is peace. There are only criminals who pursue cattle from neighboring communities. And this is why I keep on saying that the national government must enforce security and ensure that criminals are arrested. That's why I say the government can be able to solve that thing once and for all. Yes, we have started before. We have done a lot of boreholes in Tiati. We have done a lot of water pumps in Tiati. We have ensured that dispensaries and hospitals are built. We have ensured that roads are built. These things have happened. What was happening in 2013 is not what is happening now. It is different. It behoves on us as government to ensure that we build on the strengths that we have done before. Let me add to say this, that development projects that are going on, in fact, the issue of transforming the livestock sector, and I say that in Tiati, Baringo South, Baringo North, the bordering counties, these people rely on livestock. We need to make sure that there is a better system, and we started by improving the quality of the animals, by ensuring that the animals are properly sprayed, by ensuring that we are supporting them to do pasture, by ensuring that water is available. Those things are clear, but the government must come in and enforce the law. When a thief is a thief, yes, there are even people in Baringo County who are thieves. There are people in Kiambu who are thieves. They are dealt with as thieves. And it is not the Pokot community entirely, because I, as governor, have been to every part of Tiati in enforcing development projects. So this issue, we must not make it look like it is the Pokot community alone or the Pokot community as a whole. It is insecurity in the sense that people are stealing. And that these solutions, yes, they are welcome. We must address them. But we should not be able to condemn every citizen. I mean, we cannot condemn people from Kiambu because they are of bank robbers. We cannot condemn people from other parts of the county because they are criminals who rape children. We must be able to look at the problem and deal with it. And that can only be done when there is an intergovernmental relations system between the governments of the counties and the government of the counties and the national government. Okay. Where there is horizontal relationship between county government of Baringo, county government of West Pokot. And within the county, the administration in the national government, that must be the solution. And it is going to be solved. It will take time, but it will be solved. Thank you very much.
Okay, I want to go to the next point, and this one I want help from my audience, and it's a question on equality and inclusion. The show of hands, how many women are in this podium today? Can I see women? Okay. How many of women in the audience today feel represented in the county government? How many? Only one. All right. That says something. right? That says something about representation. So I'm going to start with women. I want one volunteer to come here and tell me exactly why they feel excluded. All right? Do I have any volunteer? Any woman who feels not represented? Please come. Please come. Yeah. And want us to be very practical on why you feel you're not represented, all right, in the county government of Baringo today. So state your name and your point.
My name is Monica Yator. I'm the director, Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. Why am I feeling not represented is that where are women in this podium? Don't we have women who want to vie as governors? The question is why? Okay, another question is, the corruption we have in this county makes us not to vie because even the voters here are corrupt. They will ask for kitigdogo, and we have money to give them. Becoming a governor is very expensive. They can tell us how much they will spend to be a governor in this county. So, citizens, can we be tolerant? And also, for us to get a good governor, we must be tolerant. And also, let's put them in the weighing scale. Already we have best manifestos, but do they have a chance? Do they have a chance? Yes or no? Why? The why is, thank you.
Okay. She has a straight question. Thank you very much. You can go back. How much are you willing to spend so that you can be governors? How much? It's a very specific question. All right? Let me start with you, Chalagan. I'm looking for a figure.
Well, I've just started, and it looks enormous because I'm a new entrant.
How much have you spent so far?
Close to 15 million.
All right. How much are you going to spend in this whole process? How much are you willing to spend?
Well, if I had enough, I didn't want to spend any more. Yes, I will make in my final remarks.
All right. Okay. Richard.
Politics in Kenya is really expensive. My budget is around 37 million. That is what has been drawn as a budget. I don't know exactly how much I'll spend. Maybe I'll spend less or more. But I'm willing to cut down because I'm an accountant. But the whole issue of campaign expenditure is something that we really need to address as a country because it is perhaps way out of the reach of many of us, including women,
That's
because
why there's no woman in that podium.
that's an economic issue.
Right. Okay. How much?
Is it a question of money?
How much, yes.
Let me say this. I think I'm going to frame it differently. How much money are you going to spend is not the question.
What's the question?
The question is, where are you getting the money that you want to spend? Because President Obama in the US used to get $10, $5, $50, $100 from ordinary citizens. This is the approach that I'm using. I am asking friends, citizens of this county, can you contribute something small so that we can be able to run this campaign? We need money for fuel. We need money for posters. We need money for all the kind of paraphernalia that you see. This is not possible for a person to get from his pocket. The point is, it is the incumbent upon citizens to help their leaders to present themselves as well as they can so that they can be able to decide whether that person is able to govern or not. Because if you are going to spend 50 million yourself from your own sources, where are you going to get it back from? And yet the salary is net less than 50 million in 5 years. So the issue is, we as citizens of this nation, we as residents of Baringo County, must chip in and support your leaders who are running for government, so that when they qualify or when they get elected, they will not go into the cookie jar to dip their hands in there.
So
and that is what
that's good, but you've not answered my question.
Yes.
The answer to go back to my question.
You want me to say a figure?
How much are you willing to spend?
20 million at most, but mostly coming from people.
So people will give you the money?
Yes. including you, Smart. Even if you can do a check for me today, I'll be very happy.
I'm not convinced yet. But anyway, Governor.
Thank you very much. The ladies in the room, here is an example. This issue that you have overrated the campaign money. You're asking me how much did I use in 2013? How much did I use in 2017? Let me be very sincere to the ladies. Please come out. I had only 2 million in 2013. And then, friends, we went up to closer to 6 million. And that money went to fuel and some logistics. Now, 2017, did I even get to 10 million? So ladies, come out. Have the will and the heart of service to humanity. Just come out. These human beings will let you in. Don't get scared with that huge money. Let me tell you, our people are good. It's only the challenges which are there, the poverty challenge. But our people are good. If you present yourself as a person that can transform lives and somebody who can interact with the people and show them the way, that I'm telling you, these people will vote you in. I can calculate for you. You need maybe 2 vehicles per day. 5,000 each, that is 10. Time is how many days? And then maybe those of them will be in vehicle are 5. 5 times 2 are 10. Each one give them 1,000. That is 10,000 per day. So that is 20. 20 times 30 is how much? 600,000. Is it a million? For 30 days, 600 million. Ingine makosa ingine is handouts. This issue of Iladrisha, you cannot quantify that. It can be 20, it can be 200 million. That's the only thing that I'm telling you, you can't quantify that. But the campaign money, posters and all that, you don't require above 10 million. But it is these other logistics. So I think I've answered you. So ladies, come out.
I'm afraid you've not answered my question.
Maybe, yeah, I borrowed the idea of 20.
You've borrowed the idea of 20 million.
Yes, it's the highest. But they have capped that at 7 for Baringo County. For other counties, they have capped at 55. But for us, it's 37.
Okay.
So,
all right. Listen, Ed, how much are you going to spend in this campaign? I hope you are honest. I'm looking for honesty this time.
Yes. I have done several elections. I have done elections from the year 2007 when I contested the first time. And specifically in the party nominations, in that year of 2007, I spent 800,000 shillings. In 2013, because I was now a serving member of parliament, and again, the party nominations, URP, I spent 3 million shillings in the party nominations. In 2017, party nominations, Jubilee Party, 4.5 million shillings. So I intend to keep my expenditure, including in this election, within my means. Because when you attract investors, you are telling them, support me so that you will supply drugs. You are telling them, support me so that you can do roads. Support me so that you can be a cartel, a senior cartel, when I become governor. So I will work very hard and pray God that my budget remains lean. And we have just very few days to the nomination. I am happy I'm still within my means. I am happy I'm still within my budget. And again, I am very serious on what I want to do in Baringo County. Just like I was serious in what I want to do in Eldama Ravine. And that is why the residents of Eldama Ravine have elected me 3 times clean without spending much money.
So what's your budget?
I know my opponents in Eldama Ravine, I know how much they spent. 20 times, maybe more than me. I'm still able to win election on that small budget. So I have just told you, Smart, that I don't think I'll
me a number.
Yes, I will not do more than 10 million shillings in this.
Not more than 10 million.
Election. Yes.
Okay. All right. Professor, hand over the microphone, please.
Yeah.
How much is your budget?
Now, there are guidelines from IEBC. And in the guidelines, the way it's been mentioned, it's about 40 million thereabout. It oscillates between 37 and 55 for all the counties. Of course, that kind of money is not available. I intend to make it to be bare minimum. So I'm looking at a figure of half what they are suggesting, a figure of there about 20 million. And because of this, the strains you get around, it is not surprising that some people are hawking positions as chief officers and CECs as a way of raising funds. But I must say that one of the honest ways of doing this is to call friends. And many of us have asked for people to join us in dinners and ETC as a way of supporting the cause.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
How much?
I want to answer it like this. I am a blessed man. I am a child of grace. Even though I am a homeboy, village boy from Mogotio, I say that God has blessed me. And I have not been in the public service. I have been in the private sector. So I am coming here understanding what the budget is all about in campaigns. Of course, I understand that the budgets can sometimes go higher. And I have tried it before to run for MP. And I know what I spent. So I can calculate times 6 constituencies. So, of course, I am the only one among all these candidates who have gone online, on Twitter, on Facebook, and even put up my own personal website so that I can call my friends and people who desire change and economic transformational change in Baringo and social agendas that will impact this county and that we can be able to bring back capital into this county. And I have told these people, if you invest in me, I'm going to make sure that you will be happy of this county, you will live in this county, and you will invest in this county, and you will learn in this county, and you will have leisure in this county. That is why I am the only one, actually, even though they are talking about friends, I am the only one who has gone asking people to finance. I have already raised 15 million, and I am thinking people closer to me can raise another 5, and I can go public and raise the rest. If
so your budget is 20 million?
About there.
Okay. Okay, so back to my audience. Do we believe these figures? Show of hands, anyone believe the figures we have tonight? Show of hands, everyone who've not believed anything you've had. All right, you have some work to do. Yeah, it appears that was a lie, but we'll move on swiftly. So I have one final question for women. Where's... Okay, so one final question on women before we move to the next.
I'm Chabichi. My question is, who among you is ready to choose a woman as their deputy governor today?
All right, stay here. You did this response. Who's choosing a woman deputy governor today? We have no women represented there. That looks awful. It looks bad. Any commitments? Any takers?
I am.
Chalagat? All right. Have you found a female deputy governor already?
Not to disclose at this moment.
All right. It's still open.
Still open for women. Can they see me?
Excuse me.
Hang on.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
Excuse me, define see me.
What I'm saying, of course, let's get in touch to know who are there and ready for this journey.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. No one wants to make a commitment about a female deputy governor and the rest of the team. I'll move on. It's okay. If you're not ready, you don't want, it's okay. Listen. And I hope it's not a story. Like, I hope you're making a commitment.
No, I just want to say that yes, we are required by law to appoint deputy governors. And in my assessment, I'm already on a short list, and a short list of 3 names. And in those 3 names, one is a woman. Okay? So there are 2 men and 1 woman on that short list. And also specifically, because I come from Ravine constituency, those three and whoever will pick as deputy governor must come from the constituency we are in, this constituency of Baringo Central. So that is the story I wanted to give you. That is a short list. I just hope that one woman will make it to the final list.
All right. Okay. So let the record reflect that the rest are not considering female candidates. Is that okay? And we move on. Right. I don't need response. You're not considering. Let's move on to youth. How many youth are in this place today? Show of hands. Youth. All right. How many feel represented in the government today? One. Okay. Can I have one youth to come and explain the frustration of the youth here? One. Okay. Come. All right, as he makes his way. Please state your name and your frustration.
Thank you. My name is Joel Ruto. One of my biggest frustration is representation of the youth. Among all these governors, I've never had one speaking about the youth. And for your information, Mr. Sir, job employment at the county government, it is at about 20% youth. I've done a research here because I'm a researcher. It's about 20%. The youth are the majority. The only work they do is they are just voting them in. After the campaign, they are forgotten forever. I want to ask the youth who are in this all this night. I want to urge you, my friends, if we are not going to stand and speak our voices, we are going to be doomed. I was asking, yes, I have a question. Two? All of them. I want to ask, what is happening in Baringo County Referral Hospital? It's becoming a mock. What I am saying here is not practical. Because I've been there, so many people have been dying because of...
Thank you. Let me go straight to the governor. Is it factual? Is it true?
Yes.
That
yes.
you have less representation of youth in your government?
To be sincere, let me begin with, to be sincere, youth are the way he has done. We have an aging personnel. In fact, it's about 55%. So it's correct. Reason being, I've never employed since 2017. The people I brought on board are 45. I've just employed CEC, which I want to say there's no youth.
Why?
But the CEOs have youth.
Why can't
now,
you have
the
a CEC?
I did something that was very unique. I urged the people to apply. The CECs in Baringo applied. And I had a team that selected. So at that time, I want to believe that now, because we have known that we can also just pick direct. But for the CEOs, out of the very many CEOs, we have a number of youth. The one who came for agriculture, Dirangu, is a youth. I found him in the Shamba after Moi University. Kiseku is a youth. Even now, she is still a youth. The CEO Kiseku is a youth. And we have also Engineer Gupto, who is still a youth, as far as between 18 and 35 is concerned. So I want to believe that probably going forward, because we are now out to employ, that the number of those that are going to come on board are going to be youth.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
But on gender, I want to simply also...
No, we moved on gender. You have no commitment or a female candidate, so it's fine. Chaboy, please. Hand over the microphone to Chaboy.
Thank you very much. I think it is it's important to appreciate that youth is a big population in our county. And any employment that does not target youth now is not, and you cannot employ old people for opportunities within the county, except perhaps for the senior positions, that you may not do that. But I can assure you that my policy is equitable distribution of opportunity to all, from gender to PWDs and the youth. But now, the issue is, how many youth can you employ within the county? We have to develop a system. We have to tweak the economy so that we can begin to provide opportunities for them, both within the county to do business, to support them in doing business, to support them in getting technology. With the unemployment problem.
COs and 10 CECs, so they are 30 in total, because I want every ward to be represented in my government. So I will have 10 slots for the young people. I have many other programs for the young people, including creating or securing about 5,000 job opportunities per year, both locally and also internationally.
Okay.
I want to also promote talent for the young people. The youth empowerment centers that are here need to be equipped and need to be operationalized. I will create them into ICT hubs so that the young people can have free Wi-Fi and they can do online jobs, and they can also be able to apply for tenders in government. I will do so much for the young people.
Okay. Chalagat.
Yeah, while I will endeavor to ensure that there is equitable distribution of opportunities, at the same time resources, I am more concerned of performance and service delivery. I won't mind taking as many youths as I can if they compete competitively and they prove that they can deliver very well to the people of Baringo County. So it's the question of the capacity and ability to deliver. Otherwise, I have no problem. I will ensure that there is that equitable distribution of the opportunities.
Okay. Okay. Cialo.
I lead a team here in East Africa for the Private Equity Kingdom Capital, and the chief legal officer is a lady, operation officer is a lady, marketing is a lady, so I have no problem whatsoever working with the ladies, but that is going to be arranged when we go forward. Now, coming to the question of youth, of course I'm just getting to 40,
And to be getting to 40, that means I am the one who is the closest, and understand the technological advancement in the world. And I am the one who can be able to work very closely with the youth.
What is close to 40, please?
I'm getting to 40 years old. That's what I'm saying.
So you're 39?
So I'm 39 going to 40.
Okay.
Yeah. And that means I am the one who is representing the face of Baringo County, of the energy of the future. We are the people of the future. And the youth are the people I represent. TVET will be one place I will be working, because I've already worked with private equity to finance fintechs and to see how we can venture into such ideas and concepts that are sometimes community and socially impactful. And I will do that with the youth, not just in absorbing them into the government, but James Smart had already said we have to restructure the way we do things in this county. And the best way to do it is to turn Baringo into a homeland of business. It is business, and youth will get jobs.
Okay.
Jobs and jobs.
Professor.
Yes, I appreciate the fact that youth play a very crucial role. It's unfortunate after several years that we have not developed talent in this county. We don't have any athletics camp which is funded fully by the county government. These are the avenues which we can use to ensure that we take care of the needs of the youth. So when I'm given the opportunity of being the governor, I will ensure that we exploit fully talent development so that we allow the youth to exploit their talent, and through that means they will be able to make income for themselves. Number two, through my government also, partnership and linkages is very important, so that we look at opportunities not only in Kenya, we look at opportunities not only in the county, but also we go international. And that requires that we should develop partnership and linkages so that we are able to ensure our youth are taken care of. When it comes to issues, procurement and etc., it is practice, it's a requirement that 30% should also be given to youth. And therefore, if they don't have funds, I will be able, in my government, to facilitate them participating in the county procurement processes, so that when you do that, you will be allowing them to build their financial base. Lastly, on the same, I'm also a believer of ensuring that the youth become part of my government. So 30% of the CECs, 30% of the CEOs will be part of the youth, people less than 35 years, because I believe in building them. I believe they will make a contribution in the government, and I will live by it.
Okay, thank you. Isn't it?
I hope you'll give me more time since I'm the last one on this topic. So James Smart, in Eldama Ravine constituency, the constituency for which I represent at the moment, we set up an ICT hub, a world-class ICT hub. If you come to Mwachon, a village called Mwachon, you'll find the Rift Valley ICT hub, where the youth in that region are able to access free internet. At the same time, in Eldama Ravine. If you come to Eldama Ravine, we were able to operationalize the Eldama Ravine Technical Training Institute, so that the youth can be able to get the relevant skill. If you come to Eldama Ravine in terms of talent development, we have been purposely running Eldama Ravine Half Marathon and sometimes Chimazuzu Dam Half Marathon, again to identify talent. Now, James Smart, this story of youth it's big, it's more serious than the way we are taking it. I just said at the beginning that in this county, when 10,000 candidates sit Form 4 exams, 6,000 get D+ and below. Of course, in Kenya, you know, when 700 sit that Form 4 exam, 431,000 get D+ and below. That is where my focus is, to make sure that 4,500 every year of that group, of that D+ and below, must get the relevant skill every year. I've done my maths. I need to spend 100 million to make sure that 4,500 youth get that skill. In this county, James Smart, and also in Kenya, there are so many youth who are engaged in border-borders and border-border circles. They ride the whole day, but they take nothing home. Why? Because they have to pay whoever facilitated them to get that motorbike, the banks or or the Fulizas of this world and all that. We must create credit for the youth in Baringo so that border business becomes a relevant business, so that it becomes a real business. We also have a big story on graduates. We have so many graduates who degree holders and diploma holders who are jobless. That is a story for the party I belong, the story for UDA. I am not here to tell you about that story. It's a big story. We'll be unveiling it very soon as UDA in terms of what are we going to do for degree holders, what are we going to do for diploma holders.
Okay.
But my story is about the D+ and below. I intend to run a very lean government. I know the cost of an additional CEC, that you need 10 million shillings per year for you to have a CEC. So if I take the maximum, if I take 10 CECs against the minimum, if I take 6 instead of 10, I'll have saved 40 million, which can support so many other human beings. And again, I know the cost of one chief officer per year, not less than 7 million shillings. You take 20, my friend, that's a lot of money, which we need. We need to run a lean government. I intend to run a lean government which can benefit many people in this county. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's the question on tourism and hospitality to tie into this question. And it so appears that Baringo County is not branding itself correctly. This is the home of Lake Baringo, Bogoria, Cap Narok, known as the paradise for bird watchers, right? And we're not branding it correctly. Something is not happening that should happen in this sense. Professor, let me start with you. On the question of how Baringo can start selling itself in terms of tourism, in terms of hospitality, what are your ideas on fixing this and branding this county correctly?
Yeah, thank you very much. One, I've had the privilege of serving as a PS in charge of wildlife. That was my last appointment in government. And it is true that Baringo County has scenic areas. It has also Tukumoi. It is known internationally for bird watching. In fact, there are some birds which come from Europe, and their stopover is Tukumoi area. And in our tourism circuit in the ministry, we've identified those very important areas which can sell Baringo. And so, apart from the lakes, we also have a geopark, which was also accredited by UNESCO, so that it is part of the geoparks internationally known. So, all those important areas, like Lake Bogoria and ETC, they have been mapped in the tourism circuit for North Rift and also in Rift Valley. So the idea now is to go to the next level. In fact, in the ministry, we thought we will be able to actualize some factors, but because of the COVID issues, there was some restriction a little bit.
Okay.
But I must say that the contribution I've made in the ministry is to ensure that we've documented through Kenya Tourism Board all the scenic areas, all the tourism circuits cutting across Rift Valley, and it includes also Baringo.
All right.
Number two, I also want to encourage the investors, and the investors for this case is me and you, the great people of Baringo. Can we invest in our county? The reason is when we get tourists coming to Baringo County to come and watch our scenic, our lakes and ETC, their bed space is being taken by either Nakuru County or Uasin Gishu County, or Elgeyo Marakwet for that matter. So it is important that we upscale the issue of hospitality. We should be able to build more resort centers so that when people come to Baringo, they are able not only to look at the scenic and the tourism sites we have, they should also be able to spend in the county, because it is through that spending in the county, 2 days, 2 nights, or 3 nights, that we will be able to get money circulating within the economy.
Okay, thank you.
So there are good plans for that, and I know tourism is an in thing, and all of us, if we believe in Baringo, let us invest in our county. And I'm going to lead by example, and I've already led by example to ensure that we are part of that process.
Thank you. Richard, do you have a good idea, a better idea on how tourism and hospitality, and how Baringo can brand itself independently?
Yes, absolutely. First,
we have to document all our tourist products. Our tourism is not limited to what we see, Lake Bogoria and Lake Baringo. We have so many other potential tourism attraction sites. So I'll start by documenting. Secondly, we want to brand and market Baringo as a tourist destination. Because if people don't know what we offer, then they will not be able to come. We should also market local tourism. So I will market, brand, and ensure that everybody in this world knows Baringo products. We have cultural tourism. The level of culture that we have in Ilchamus, in Pokot, in other places, these are enough for tourism. We also have to invest in infrastructure. The infrastructure to access Lake Bogoria, as you may have traveled, is so pathetic. The roads network is so bad. We have tourist attraction sites in Tenges, in a place called Kureswa. There are so many ills. Lastly, investment in hospitality. We have to attract the investors, and I'll borrow from Professor. We have to reach out there because there are people who have ability to build 5-star, 3-star hotels in Baringo. And these are sons and daughters of Baringo who are able to do great things here. We will want to maximize from tourism. I want to promise that through tourism, we will have to raise up to 200, 300 million to this economy through tourism. Thank you.
Okay. Governor, do you have a good idea on the best county differently and how to brand it differently?
I want to appreciate the sentiment made. It is very true that we are number 18. Yet we are supposed to be not further than number 5. We have scenic sites. We appreciate that. We are informed that the Aliman are willing to recognize this. It was a fossil that was found in Rondinin. The other day I had to look for it until we found those guys who took it. And we are now establishing a museum at Rondinin. We have set aside 11 million for that purpose. We want also to appreciate the various forms of tourism activities that are in Baringo. I've hosted Safari Rally. I've also hosted Rhino Church. And recently, as Professor has indicated, Baringo became the first county to have the status of a geopark, which we are working with UNESCO to ensure that all those sites, and you can also attest to this, that within Baringo now, they have put some signs indicating sites that are going to be of tourist attractions in Baringo County. We have also the third leg, Lake Narok, that is being managed by us and national government. We are yet to agree with the locals there, and also some input from national government, so as to ensure that we foster tourism in that side, so that Elgeyo, like for example in Kenya, Masai Mara, and the other side of Tanzania, Serengeti, the animals are the same, but Tanzania are enjoying what comes out of that side of tourism together with Kenya. So we would wish that Elgeyo, Marakwet, and us also enjoy like Narok. So for that matter, we have also with Kimosop and the Department of Environment and Tourism, they have also come up with some nature trails like it is in other parts of the world. So somebody will run in the Mount Kenya and then come straight all the way to this very scenic region, and then maybe get a plane in Eldoret.
Okay.
So they commenced last year, and allow me to appreciate also those of us who are seated here. We have those of them that have also fostered tourism in Baringo. They were in Samo, the other day were in Kericho Valley. Let's continue also marketing Baringo County together. Yeah, we have put some, the budget constraint was with us, also Fuliza. But now we are through the Fuliza. We're going to ensure that this site attracts also substantial amount of budget that will enable us foster tourism in Baringo County. On hospitality, let me request those of us who are here, if God has blessed you, please, we don't have hospitality interest here. It's still very low. Come and invest in those sites that are going to be shown to you by the Department of Environment and Tourism. With those few remarks, I want to say we have conservancies also. They are 13 in number. It's going to be grown into 60.
Okay.
Because we are working together with the national government to ensure that Baringo become a tourist, other than Mombasa and Masai Mara, Baringo become the third or the first. Thank you very much.
I hear you. Chaboy, do you have a good idea?
Thank you, Mr. Smart. We started this business of marketing Baringo County during the time that I was governor. Of course, you cannot market a product which is not there. And the first thing that we were doing was to develop the products. And of course, what he's telling you about conservancies are things that we developed. And infrastructure around all the tourist area, we invested quite heavily in during my term. We won Miss Tourism, and we used that during our time. We won Miss Tourism, actually not Kenya, Africa, and actually she went up to the finals in the international tourism fit. So what I'm trying to say to you is, we need to build on where we have started and move to the next level. Critical, of course, is to try to support any investor in the tourism sector so that we can be able to support what we are marketing. Before you do that, you must market and make sure that the infrastructure is, and that's what we are going to do when we get back to government in September. It is a question of building on where we were. The last time we had a very big conference on marketing, not only of marketing of tourism in Baringo County,
right,
but we are marketing all products of Baringo County. Thank you.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I'm also worried, like you, James Smart, why in Lake Bogoria we only have one hotel in Lake Bogoria. Why have we allowed just one hotel to operate in Lake Bogoria? I'm also worried, why is it that we allowed the Lake Narok Game Reserve to collapse? While we had governors and serious people and CECs, Lake Narok Game Reserve collapsed. So I'm here to tell you that when I become governor, we shall allow more investors to put up hotels in Lake Bogoria and in Lake Baringo. Again, to attract investment in that industry of tourism, we are also going to make sure that land now is a very expensive affair. We shall make sure that the county provides land on lease basis, 20 years, 30 years basis, so that people will find it cheaper to come and put up their tented camps here in Baringo, to come and put up their hotels here in Baringo without the additional investment of land. I am focused on such investors because I believe it is through them that they can properly advertise the tourism opportunities in Baringo. When you visit Tiati, I have succeeded to be in Tiati for many days. The opportunities for tourism are unbelievable in Tiati. Inside Tiati, there is no business, there is no insecurity. So the opportunities are there. We just need to provide investors with land, and yes, Baringo will become more attractive to tourists.
All right, Cialo.
First of all, of course, is to secure Baringo, because that's the most important thing. And so I work very closely with the national government, because if this place is secure, then we can attract investment tourism. We want also to ensure that we introduce new attractions, first of all, to rehabilitate the touristic, the scenic, attractive places in Baringo, the beautiful places like Lake Narok. I will immediately go there and desilt it. There's a machine here in Eldoret that can do that job. We will ensure that we work. Actually, the word of this thing is called partnership, so that we can build more hotels and tap into cultural tourism, tap into sports culture tourism, because we want to have from Eldama Ravine all the way to Pokot some international standard golf course, so that people can come here every 2 months in this county. And I promise I am going to be the chief marketing officer of this county, to ensure that we understand that when we talk about tourism, we're not talking about someone with a white skin. We're talking about the ability of people in Mombasa, in Nairobi, in Kisumu to travel to Baringo. And the only way we can do that is to make this homeland
attractive. And the only way to make this land attractive is to tap into our sons and daughters who are able to do this investment and also to partner with private capital.
Okay.
That's basically what it is.
All right. Talagat, you have the final word on the question on tourism and hospitality.
Yeah, given the opportunity, I will immediately source for funds to do what we call a quick SWOT analysis, come up with a workable strategic plan that can enable us move tourism and hospitality sector to the next level.
Okay, that is short and concise and to the point. Governor, there's a question from the audience. What did you mean by Fuliza? All right.
Right now in Marigat, Baringo County, a farmer is irrigating his farm that would soon feed a nation. The large-scale hay farmer in Kampiamoto, Nakuru County is making a fortune out of his partnership with the Kenya Seed. A coffee factory set up by a farmers cooperative in Baringo North is set to start exporting coffee beans. The budding dairy farmers in Ravine, through collaboration, would soon be setting up their milk processing plant. And these tea factories in Nandi and Elgeyo Marakwet counties are yearning to expand, owing to the ease of paying farmers who supply them leaf. Workers at this flower farm in Njoro, Nakuru County wake up every day to spread the love across the globe. And for this retail shop owner, his dreams are valid. One day he will own a chain of supermarkets. There is a spirit in the sky that drives people to do more. It is in our customers, our employees and DNA. And it is another reason to look up to Skyline. Skyline Circle, passion for excellence.
There is no UDA in Tiati. There is no wheelbarrow in Tiati. Yeah, we hear about it elsewhere, but it's not. We don't know about it in Tiati.
Okay, thank you very much, When it comes to national politics, let me start from Baringo. Let nobody lie to you kwamba Baringo kuna chama ingine. There is no any other party in Baringo. Baringo will be UDA. And all aspirants, all the aspirants for all positions, if you not be from UDA, you'll never see that seat. I can only say that we can exempt Tiati. It's good to be honest. We can exempt Tiati because that's where Kanu has been playing its politics. But
self-reliant. So I have a different approach. I've shared with you the different approach that I have. I want us to deal with issues right from that ground level.
You know, Baringo has made a decision, and I don't think somebody will reverse about the presidency. In fact, when you get these people, they are no longer talking about the president. The real elephant in the house now, not even so much of governorship, but the real elephant is in the MP seats.
Ni wakati wetu wa kupiga siasa kuleta uongozi mzuri Baringo County.
Since our inception in 1989 and subsequent commencement of our operations in 1990, our 3-decade journey has been anchored in trust. The sole objective being to give you, our client, an assurance that you can access the money you deposit with us anytime. With technological advances, we are also giving you an assurance of accessing your money anywhere, anytime. Ours is all about convenience and a peace of mind.
Fuliza in government. In government, there is nothing like Fuliza. There is program implementation. You do budgeting every year, and you ensure that the programs are implemented. There are also situations where you do budget for a program to stretch more than 1 year or 2 years. You can build perhaps a road. You can do a road which is stretching 10 kilometers. You budget for the first year, you say you're going to do 3 kilometers next year, and it's the same contractor. So if you are going to spend money for the next financial year, that is not Fuliza. If you talk about Fuliza and you are at the same time rolling over, where do they meet?
Okay.
Again, misleading citizens is a very bad thing. Let us not mislead citizens. Let us tell them the honest truth. And sometimes, even people take credit on things that they have not done. We did, for example, youth empowerment centers in this county. I am the original originator of the Youth Empowerment Center, or rather the ICT Center in Mwachon, which Honorable Listener is trying to claim. We have done vocational training centers in every ward to ensure that our people are properly trained. And during our time, we were providing free education to anybody who goes to a vocational training center. And that is the way you deal with people who have got lower grades. Of course, there's a problem that in our county, because of a poor system of education that we have not put enough money, which is supposed to be done by the CDF, our children are getting D's. That's why we have got to have VCTs, vocational training centers that we have developed ourselves. Let us not lie to each other here. Let's be honest. Let's be sincere. These people in the county need honest leaders. There is nothing like cold Fuliza. Thank you very much.
Hand the microphone back to the governor. Hang on, governor. Wait. What exactly did you mean? Because I feel your audience and the county tonight will not sleep until you finish this issue.
It is good to be sincere. I have a list of all those projects
that are not budgeted for.
Yes. Yeah. For example, I can give him. In health alone, Kipingor maternity, they only set aside 1 million, but at the end of it all, 5 million paid. Ngambo Sindan, 3 million. 4.6 million paid. Ginyang maternity, 2 million. Now, what was happening is we were very ambitious. We wanted to do too many or try to put a lot in the mouth that you cannot swallow.
Okay.
Because you can even listen from his explanation. Yes, they did all those youth centers. But why don't you do one and finish?
Okay.
Irrigation schemes. Do one and that's what we have done from 2017.
Okay.
Yes. So that's an issue. The rollover you're talking about, cash transfer. 2018, 2019, 2.8 billion. Asking the Treasury, Governor, it is not 2.8. We don't have closer to $1 billion. So it's 1.8, not 2.8. Reason is the projects are worth 2.8 billion, but what is available in the budget is 1.8 billion. Is it not Fuliza?
And hang on.
That means you are eating into the budget of the coming year. That's where the whole challenge is. That's why I had a time to pay pending bills and try to complete these projects.
I need clarity on this and finish on this, yeah? So these were budgeted programs that were rolled over to be paid for in the future, right? It's not misappropriation of funds. I want you to get
it is not. I never said misappropriation of funds.
Okay, I need the final absolute word on this because unfortunately it's not the two of you to do this.
I never said stealing of funds.
Yes, okay.
I said eating into the coming year's budget.
Can I also say something? We are the first
county. Final word.
We are the first county to do ward development funds, and that is because the county assembly approved a law that allows us to do ward development funds. If you go to the constitution now, they are proposing to have ward development funds in this new constitution. What am I saying? When we do ward development fund, it is the community in the ward who prioritize projects. And sometimes they say, let us start a dispensary, we put 1 million, and next year's budget, we finish it. That is the responsibility of the ward. And that is public participation. There is nothing called Fuliza. It is just planning to say you don't have enough money now, you want to do something in phases. And it's allowed in law. There is no audit query about that one.
Okay. Okay. I feel we finished on this issue. We are finished on this issue. I cannot allow any more because we'll spend the whole night here. Hang on. We will spend the rest of the evening on this issue. All right? Chalagat will finish it.
Yeah, I think from the document of our former and present governor, it tells us that there is much more than that meets the eye. And if these gentlemen are given the opportunity, they will create more confusion.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's the absolute final word on this. All right? Finally, we're still on the questions of appropriation and inclusion, and I'd like to ask Harold Kipchumba. I don't know where Harold Kipchumba is. Please come. And we'll followed by Musa Mulwa. Right. You can give it the microphone? Yeah.
Okay. My name is Senator Harold Kipchumba. On inclusion, I would wish to, the first question is that I don't feel included. We are not part of government of Baringo. And it started in 2017, where we are among the 17 counties that never followed the law to have a person with disability in the county assembly. 2, after that, every appointive, elective positions, there are no persons with disabilities considered from 2017. Sadly, this is one of the towns, or Baringo is one of the counties that is most inaccessible for persons with disabilities. So that's one thing. The second thing that I must ask is about healthcare. It is so sad that in this county, you still find people die of preventable diseases. And sadly, because of misallocation of either personnel or resources. For example, public health department has been run down totally and is not funded anymore. And sadly, personnel who are supposed to be caring for patients in the hospitals, in the wards, are the ones who have been given the positions to manage or to be in charge of some coordinating offices and leaving our hospitals unmanned. Our people are dying just because there is no motivation, there is no support in healthcare, and I think the way we've been handling the vulnerable members of our society tells us of what persons we are.
Okay.
Sadly, I would ask you a question. What is your thinking about that child with disability who is lying on the bed, the mother cannot take care of, do any other thing, and they have to live in this county? Do you have any social protection programs about it? Thank you.
Okay. Let me start with Isialo as I go this way. Straight question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. At the end, I want to promise you something. At the end of this month, and I wish them well, after the nomination for UDA, you will be able to download my manifesto, 77 pages manifesto, from my website, and that will show you that I have proposed for the orphans and for the widows and people with disability, for example, and specifically what Senator Kipchumba is asking. The question of accessing healthcare for people who are poor or people who are vulnerable in the society is still a big problem, and it is something that my leaders here have not attended to.
Okay.
So I am proposing that whereas I'm going to go on a full campaign to ensure that every household comes into NHIF insurance, is to ensure that we have an arrangement that I am calling currently the Humana Community Share Insurance, whereby it will sort the gap. For example, my mother was sick, had a problem with heart, and she was going to Aga Khan to have a problem with the heart. NHIF was giving us 400, and we needed about 1.2 million. If, and God forbid, it was somebody from Tiati, there was no way they could treat the mother. There was no way they could get her to the hospital. So we need common sense approach, nobility of ideas, and the ability to use the power of imagination to create an extra supportive insurance in partnership with insurance in this country to ensure that that gap is sorted.
All right.
So we will ensure that the people with disability who are not able to pay for this ones are sorted completely. That is my solution.
Thank you. Professor?
Yeah, thank you very much. When I was looking at the statistics of people with disabilities in Baringo, I realized there are about 30,000. It is not a small constituency. That number is very huge. We cannot afford to ignore them in our systems. So first thing I'm going to do is to ensure that, one, when it comes to issues health, that as part of universal health coverage, I will, as the governor of Baringo County, I will pay for them fully so that they become members of NHIF cover. I will pay fully as a county government for such vulnerable groups. People with disabilities, children without parents, those are orphans. And in addition, citizens who are senior, 70 years and above. Those are vulnerable groups, and it is important that the county government recognize that they need to be taken care of. So I'm going to ensure that I buy for them covers in NHIF. Number two, on the same, is that when it comes to opportunities, it is good to recognize. It's unfortunate in the current government that out of the MCAs who were nominated in our Baringo County, none is a person with disability. It's unacceptable. It was an error. And in fact, I don't know why the court case did not succeed, because that was an omission, it was against the law, and it has to be corrected. Okay. As the governor of Baringo County, I'm going to change that appropriately so that we are able to appoint them so that they get their correct share.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. PWDs in Baringo County Assembly are not there, and the problem is not us. The problem is IBC. I was part of those people who were involved in that process. We were able to suggest names of PWDs as required to IBC. The reason why IBC did not pick any of them, we are not able to explain. And you know, once you are nominated, the only way you can be removed so that PWD can be nominated is a court process. It's just like any other election. So the party that I belong, the UDA, will comply with the law to the extent of PWDs. In terms of vulnerable groups, accessibility of PWDs in Baringo County, yes, we must comply with the requirements of the Constitution. The second issue, that I'm now a serving member of Parliament in the Ravine constituency, what have I done for this group which are vulnerable? If you succeed to visit Eldama Ravine constituency, and it is the only constituency in Kenya with that initiative, that we have a specific school, a school that takes care of children from poor families, bright but needy students. We have a school by the name of Uzalendo School. We are educating 40 every year for free at Uzalendo School. Yes, if they are orphans, they come from poor families, they are disabled. That is an initiative which we started in 2013 in the Ravine constituency. And just for avoidance of doubt, I know we invited Cheboy to the groundbreaking of the Mwachon ICT Hub. I know we also invited him when the Deputy President then came to commission that project. In terms of us getting even a single shilling from county government, we did not receive a single coin. Just like at one time they told us we are going to be partners in building the library in El Ravine town. And again it became the Fuliza Kiptis is talking about, because there's no money. There's no money which came from that government towards building the library in Ravine town.
Okay.
It was a promise, just like it was a promise at the Mwachon ICT, but in terms of actual participation, and Cheboy, we actually have your pledges for fundraising. You need to pay.
Okay.
We are in debate. We are in a debate, isn't it? You know, facts are there. I think we are still supporting Mwachon with very many areas. Even Tenges, we have Ajira programs. We are supporting Mwachon. Waziri is here, who is in charge of that. So there's some money, and even Assembly has set aside some money for that. So we are supporting Mwachon because through Ajira program. Please, I was distracted a bit. Senator Mheshimiwa, you know, I know you are very sincere and straightforward. There was an omission. It's very true. When you came on board during that time, I decided to call upon all of them that contested in the party that I was in. And there were names floated. It was not only the people that I call in my research special needs. I don't call them people with disability. Because I did research into that 203, and the data, I'm sorry to say, it has grown. If it is true that they are 30, at that time they were 13,000. I think they have grown to 18,000. That's what we have. But if they are 30,000, I want to believe that's a huge number. Those are very many people. So that was an omission. They also omitted the marginalized and the minority in the county at that time, and it was sad on us. I want to believe that going forward, because a number of also my CEOs and CC was seconded from national government have gone back. I also realized that there was an omission on picking on them, especially CC. You know, CEOs depend on if they apply. So when I want to appeal is, we even talked with Kipchumba at that time and requested them to apply. So there was one that I missed because of misreporting. It went to EACC, but it was misreported. So I missed that person, which I knew was going to be a CEO. So that I can simply say it was an omission. Baringo County, we have a program, a social protection program, domiciled in the Department of Education and the Culture and Social Services. But they are few. 200. It was started by my predecessor, I think in 2013 or 2014. I found it. We have just maybe improved a bit. We are giving them NHIF. All of they are 261. Those are very few. It's a drop in the ocean. But we are supported by national government. We have that program and partners as well. So how I wish that in future, that kitty is improved. Secondly, we have also worked with the national government because of UHC, and we are targeting 18,000 vulnerable persons within our communities. So, but they have covered 6,000 so far. I'm told one has gotten simped. So the 18,000 are those that are going to be part of the 1 million that are going to be supported through UHC. On the issue of infrastructure development, I think we have advised in the transport and infrastructure sector that all buildings within the CBDs, the towns, and even in your homes, but in towns, that we should have a friendly infrastructure for people with disability. So that is an area that I said, and I told the department concerned, that ensure that these buildings, even including the upcoming ones, how do you go to the 6th floor without a lift? So we do encourage them to continue following the law because
Okay.
the law is there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
They say you can measure the level of development of a nation or a society by looking at the way they treat their vulnerable groups, the aged, the people living with disabilities, the orphans, and so on and so forth. I want to assure this group here that during our time, we are very sensitive to people living with disabilities. We are also very sensitive to people, children or orphans. Our scholarship program or bursary program was targeted specifically to orphans and parents or children of people living with disabilities. We did and were able to employ we did specific adverts for people living with disabilities to be employed in our offices. And one of them was a very small girl who was not having, who was disabled in a special way. And luckily, after she got employed by herself, she got a boyfriend and got married and got babies. What I would like to say is that we need to deepen our sensitivity to people who are vulnerable. And I can tell you, and sometimes we need also to be honest. Some of us here have pushed at the national level for the nomination of close relatives as opposed to even selecting people with disabilities. And one of the people who is aspiring to be governor here knows that he pushed for the nomination of his own sister-in-law during the time that I was governor. So let us not sugarcoat issues.
Okay.
Let us help them the way it should be done.
All right.
Thank you very much. They say disability is not inability. I will, when elected governor, I'll formulate a policy on affirmative action for persons with disabilities. In that policy, we shall ensure that employment opportunities, not only nomination for MCAs, but also employment within government, so that we have persons with disabilities being employed in even lower ranks. We shall also have in that policy cash transfers so as to cushion them from the vulnerabilities that the economic situations that they face. And obviously healthcare, they will also be mainstreamed so that they have an opportunity for healthcare through NHIF. While I was clerk of the county assembly, I worked quickly to ensure that we completed the RAM. The county assembly is now a 5-story building, and we had to make sure that the RAM is completed in the shortest time possible. And the elevator was also commissioned, because we have to be sensitive to this group of people.
Okay.
And I want to assure persons with disabilities and all other marginalized and also minorities, this is a question that we must address as a county and as a nation.
Okay. Thank you. Senator, please.
Yeah, at this juncture, it suffices to admit that we really have challenges as far as our special groups are concerned. Yes, there are structures within the law, in the government, but unfortunately, there is no equivalent or sufficient funds to promote such structures that have been set in place. It goes beyond the issue of creating opportunities in terms of employment and nominations, because even when they do business, they are supposed to be tax exempt, but to get that tax exemption certificate is a nightmare. So coming in, we'll have to come and sit down and actually work our way out, because it goes beyond the county ability or understanding. So it's a big issue rather than the way we may see. Thank you so much.
Okay, friends, I'm informed that we're not doing very well on the generator, so I have to wind up, and this will be my final question, and I'll go this way as we finish. I'll start with you, Sialo. 100 days, if you get elected, what is the 2 things that you will do, and what is it that you promise the people of the Baringo County to do? So, start with you. 100 days, as if you get elected, what will you do, and what is your promise?
Thank you very much. Thank you. The first most important thing is to directly go into the question of social agenda that I have. James Smart, there are people who go to bed hungry. They do not have food to eat. I have told you 10%, 20%, if we don't do a fundraising on WhatsApp, they will die. And that's the problem. So I am going to call in the people who are going to be concerned in the government and the department so that we can ensure nobody, first of all, goes to bed hungry. Because people who are hungry are angry. And number two, they are not productive. So many waste so much time thinking about what they will eat instead of how they can become productive. So that is number one. Number two is to organize how we can immediately move into the villages and organize to complete the devolution and ensure that all the land from every community, from Endorais community to Lembus community to Pokot community to Aror community, in Samor community, and all the communities in South, Ilchamus, ensure that their land that were illegally allocated to private crafty CBOs
Right.
return back to communities.
Okay.
And also go and sit with the churches, the elders,
You can't do that
and the
within 100
indigenous
days.
communities, and ensure we craft a plan of how we are going to engage them, involve them, and invest into them.
Okay. 100 days. Hand the microphone, please, on to your left. 100 days, what do you expect to see from you if you get elected governor?
Let me say that I'm ready to be the governor, the third governor of Baringo, come 9th of August. And this will begin from the nomination of UDA. So in the first 100 days, I will ensure that there are drugs in hospital because there are people who have died simply because of lack of drugs in hospital. In addition, there are also patients who have died because of lack of oxygen. It's unfortunate that you go to some of the hospitals in our county, there is no oxygen. And really, anybody with a breathing problem, with the fact that oxygen is not available, it is as good as allowing that person to die unnecessarily.
Okay.
So I'm going to fix health immediately. Number two, I will reorganize the budget in the county because really there are some areas we've got to put emphasis. So the first 100 days to ensure that I reorganize the budget and subject it to a normal process. And thereafter, start implementing. And the purpose for this is to ensure that we fully utilize the resources which the national government has appropriated for our county.
All right.
And indeed, this is not guesswork. I've taken care of resources at the national level. I will be able to fix the issue of implementation of budget in Baringo County.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
I want to ask the people of Baringo that they will be in safe hands with my being the governor of Baringo County, the third governor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, the first 100 days, the first one is austerity measures, specifically to cut travel costs so that there is more resources for this county to bring down travel costs by not less than 300 million shillings. That I will put in place. I will also put in place measures to enhance revenue collection. I told you the revenue which is collected in this county is not even 10% of our potential. We should be able to put in place measures so that immediately we are able to collect 600 million shillings, like I alluded earlier, in terms of revenue. In that first 100 days, there are so many roadblocks within Baringo County to collect cess from charcoal burners, to collect cess from border borders who are carrying tomatoes. I am going to remove all the roadblocks in this county in that first 100 days. There's going to be free movement. There's no cess on farm produce. There's not going to be cess on charcoal because we are able to collect more money from the contractors doing business in this Baringo County. In that first 100 days, I'm just giving you the first 100 days. In that first 100 days.
The final one.
Yes, in the first 100 days, I will be able to start setting up the Uzalendo type of school, which we are benefiting from now in Eldama Ravine, so that the rest of Baringo County come January next year, 2023, children from poor families, orphans, are able to access free education in that Uzalendo type of school.
Thank you very
Please,
much.
all those are doable, and they'll be doable in the first 100 days.
Thank you. Go for it.
Oh, I thought you could have gone to those of them that are aspiring.
We'll go with the pattern.
100 days is just 3 months and 10 days. Let's be sincere. July, August, September is dry spell. There's no money coming from national government. You see? So let's be sincere. Practically, 3 months. Personally, because I'm an incumbent, I'm going to continue in my program. The CIMIS will be up and running. Start the CIMIS, which will actually incorporate all the projects, so that when I'm sitting somewhere, where he's saying maybe traveling, sitting somewhere in my laptop, I can see exactly what's happening. Number 2, I also did something. The border, the shoe shiners, all those called hustlers. In 2017, I realized they are collecting nothing. 20 shillings, 10 shillings, 4 shillings. So you cannot suppress them. So what I did was, I told those kanjo, you call them kanjo, don't chase them. Let's have a discussion and agree with them. So we agreed with them. Even those of them that were pushed, the shoe shiners, I removed that part. Hustlers are still hustling.
Okay.
And as we speak, there's no revenue collected from there. So what will I do in the first period of 2022-2027? I have a CIDP in place. I want to actually inform the aspirants here that when you come to the system, you will discover differently. Public participation is key. The people decide the projects. You don't come with a project. Yours is the vision and the idea, but the project are decided by what? We are number 2 in Kenya in public participation. We are awarded a certificate on that matter.
Okay.
Now, that's 100 days. What I will do is improve on utility of what we call technology. So we are going to do that. We're almost getting there, but there was no funds to ensure that we put in place. So going forward, because we listen to Mamaliza, we are going to ensure that we do these things in order. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Smart.
Hang on.
The issues that were raised
days.
today are very fundamental. The issues of health care. We must re-engineer our health systems within that 100 days so that our people don't go to Eldoret every other time. They don't go to Nakuru every other time. And it is nothing more than looking after the staff properly, doing a proper motivation, and ensuring that drugs are available. That is achievable within the first 100 days. Of course, we will also create partnerships. We realize that the revenue that we are getting from the national government is not enough. The system this time around must be to mine the money from the national government and from partners so that we can be able to provide sufficient finances to capitalize and to do what we want to do in this county. Of course, there are many projects that have been left undone since 2017. For some reason, county resources have been put in those projects. They must be completed so that we can get return on investment. You cannot do a project, spend a lot of money, and just push it aside for the simple reason that it was done by a previous government. We must ensure that all projects that have been started by the previous governments and the current government are properly completed so that it can be beneficial to the county, to the residents of county.
Right.
Of course, this must be coupled up with enhancement of revenue collection. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. In 100 days, I will have established and formed my government in full. That means all the appointments that are necessary will have been done. You know, sometimes, Mr. Smart, indecisiveness has taken some leaders so long, even to make simple appointments, like appointing a CEC, a chief officer. In 100 days, I will have consolidated my government, including the entire staff working in Baringo County, for the purpose of serving the people. Because sometimes, again, new leaders come and actually defranchise, or they come and divide the staff. They say you belong to this and you belong to that. I will consolidate into one formidable team so that they serve the people of Baringo.
Okay.
In 100 days, I will have solved the question of the location of Baringo University, because we have a challenge in making a decision where that university will be located. In 100 days, I will have constituted Baringo County Development Board, which I'll be the chair. All the elected leaders, the senator, the MPs will be sitting in that board, so that we consolidate and we make a decision in a unified way for Baringo. I will do some things differently. I will be governor machinani. I will actually spend a lot of time in the rural areas, so that I interact with the people, so that we get their problems.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chalagat.
Yeah, in the first 100 days, I will look at the operations that have been going on. That is the annual work plan. I will also look at the rollovers to ensure that there's no Fulisa. And then I will subject all the staff to something we call Rapid Results Initiative Program, which will enable me to know what is working and what is not working, and adjust the things accordingly and drive the vehicle.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Brother Sialo Kimiring, Professor Fred Segor, Honorable Moses Lezonet, His Excellency Stanley Kiptis, and His Excellency Benjamin Cheboi, CPA Richard Koech, and Mr. Robert Chalagat. I wish you all the best. I wish you luck. And we hope that whoever wins takes some of the good ideas that you've heard from the stage tonight. All right? And to you, lovely audience and people of Baringo, zipigeni makofi tafadhali. All right, thank you very much. That does it for us. We sign off from NTV at this point. The conversation continues. My name is James Smart. Have a lovely night.